Wait, can y'all hear us now?
Yeah, they can hear you now.
Oh, hi.
You can start over.
Wendy Smith. What y'all drinking tonight?
Wait, what? That is not appropriate.
I was trying
Good evening. Good evening. Go ahead and show me your baseball stuff, Braxton, please. Y'all know it's late night. We just got back from Kannapolis from the HBCU Minority Prospects game.
baseball.
Oh, okay. Oh, show them the logo. Oh, there it is. Minority Prospects HBCU game.
Oh, hi, gang.
What's up, Braxton?
Yeah, we get him. All right. Oh, you want to make your little church service announcements or Braxton announcements? What announcements do you have? Come on, because you can't stay on the podcast tonight. Yeah, not tonight.
Can I stay on the podcast?
Tell them about your
Can I stay on my birthday podcast all night?
Your birthday podcast?
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing a birthday podcast tonight. This is grown folks tonight. You can do it on Tuesday.
How was the game?
Right. Hey, y'all. All right.
How was the game?
The game was good. The food was good.
Who won?
Oh, we didn't stay till they figured out who won.
Oh.
We couldn't stay that long. That game started at 7:30. You know, baseball games are like 3 hours long.
Oh.
But I will say this: the venue was very nice. It was at the Atrium Ballpark in Kannapolis. Very nice venue. I feel like there could have been a bigger crowd. Because there was just like kids from all over, from the SWAC, the MEAC, the CIAA, the FIAC. This is not that time.
Why is everybody talking about Whitley?
Why is everybody doing what?
Whitley, my gave us a nice talk to people.
Braxton, stop reading the chat, baby. I'm sorry, y'all. We off to a slow start because we literally just got off of the highway. Drake! Okay. Who told you to open up a story at 10 o'clock at night? So you can be bouncing off the walls. Oh, you slick Rick with it. Go put that in the refrigerator.
You didn't hear him when he said what y'all sipping on. he
He
put in the
literally
camera and
opened up a
everything.
Safari right in front of my face, and I didn't even notice. Go put
He
that
put it on.
up.
He put it on camera. You didn't see it.
Oh no! He said, "If my mommy gonna be drinking, I'm gonna be drinking too." No, sir. No. You're not drinking no Starry at 10 o'clock at night. So you be bouncing off the walls. All right, y'all. Tonight, y'all put allegedly in the chat. Allegedly, y'all. Go ahead and get that allegedly going. Here.
Who's that?
Ramona, go over there. Go. Y'all, we're gonna cut up. Are we gonna cut up tonight or not? If we're cutting up tonight,
What the street committee talking about?
if you're gonna cut up tonight with me, put some hearts in the chat. If you don't put any hearts in chat, then we're not gonna cut up tonight. But if we plan on cutting up, I need some hearts in the chat. I need to see where we're going. Are we gonna keep it real like all right tonight, you guys? Where are we going with this? Where y'all want to go? Y'all let me know. Miss Natasha always with the shits.
And you too.
All right. This particular opening is going to be called "What in the World is Going On?"
Is that Cam Williams? Who is that?
I don't know if y'all heard or if you didn't hear. I'm not going to go into any details. I'm just going to.
What happened?
Oh, Lord. I can't say it. I just want to put the picture up. Okay. I'm going to just put the picture up. I'm not going to say what it was because it's just absolutely terrible.
Well, just use what's the word? I can't think of the word, but you know what I mean. Oh my god. Where my wine at? I'll be back. Let me go get my wine.
Lord have mercy on our souls, boy. If you know what this is regarding, turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor if they don't know, because I'm not going to say what it's about. Can you bring me some scissors, please, or a knife?
Okay, I got my spiked mini made. All right, let's get to it.
We ain't getting to nothing. I'm going to just post it. I can't say what it is, okay? It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Dang, and there's a lot of folks that don't know.
Oh, they really don't know.
Natasha, y'all don't know? Y'all not out in these streets.
Y'all not on these social media platforms. Y'all be seeing.
Y'all don't be up in the HBCU shade room or nothing. I want to take a drink right now, but I can't because my thing's not open. This is where you deserve to take a drink. And you know what? Maybe somebody will drop it in the chat. Due to the abrasive nature of what this particular thing is, all I can do is post this. That's all I can do. I can't do nothing else. Give us a hint.
The hint is on the screen. Allegedly.
Okay, so I'm going to do this respectfully. So allegedly, there is a HBCU university that has some allegations. Would you say similar to Jackson State or worse?
I
would say worse. I would say worse. That young man got receipts and screenshots and stuff. So there's just some allegations that are floating out with some screenshots of some conversations. And this is the look that this is not the man, mind you. This person right here is not the man that these allegations are regarding. The person that's walking off is who the student is alleging, but
This is our
it's bad.
reaction to the news.
This is our reaction. I'm not going to say what it is because if somebody wants to say what it is in the chat, y'all can say what it is. This is just our reaction. This is our reaction. And that's as far as I go. Like, I'm not getting ready to
Yeah, we not breaking news over
yeah,
here.
where is Marva Johnson's baby daddy? There he go.
Yeah, we're not breaking news. We're not breaking any
We
news
don't
over
break the
here.
news over here.
We
Once
just
it's
report
out,
it. We
we'll
just
say
report it.
something. Oh, let me get. Yeah, I need my drink on more. Listen,
She loves the news network.
I'm not dropping nothing. But when you hear the news,
We'll report it.
and
We'll
we
report it.
did say allegedly. We did say allegedly. Miss Bonnie, it is bad in these streets. I can't even. My mouth dropped open.
Oh Lord,
Jay, tell Miss Natasha.
me? What you want me to say?
Why I gotta do it?
I don't know what to say. It looked like Marvin Johnson, baby daddy, is alleging what's going on in the chat.
Miss Natasha, Marva just said it. Miss Shonda, you don't know either. Hey,
Where
Dr.
she at?
Kanisha, what's going on with the real HU? Which one is it, Dr. Kanisha? They said something's going down at HU. Which
Ooh,
HU is it?
it's HU. Oh
Hey,
wow.
Mrs. Arsenault. Uh-oh. Mrs. Arsenault on the channel. We got to keep it PG over here. But wait. One of their family members just committed to Hampton. Whitley, what was that young man's name? He was supposed to be going to Texas. He went to Texas Southern and he graduated and he committed to Hampton for his grad. Miss Whitley, what is that young man's name? Ladarius, what's your cousin's name that is now at Hampton? All right. I'll just drop. How about so I know what I can do. I could drop the link, right? To the HBCU Shade Room. I'll do that.
Right. They broke the news. We just reporting on it.
Yeah. I'm not, yeah. Okay, so I'll do that. Folks is like, well, why don't you just go ahead and say it? No.
Mm-mm. We not finna get sued. Not on our watch. Not on my watch. Oh my
Did they
God,
take
Chris. Lord have mercy, Chris. Chris.
Did they take it down? I think they took it down.
Well, Chris, take your comment down then.
Wait, what did he say?
Don't look in the chat. Please don't look in the chat.
What did he say? At least it's in the chat.
Allegedly. That's alleged.
Allegedly. Oh, they took that stuff down with a quickness. They took it down, y'all. It's a very big scandal. Okay, let's talk about something positive, okay? I got something positive for you guys. Very happy to share this. It's kind of HBCU related. But former defensive end Philip Webb, as you all know, Philip did one of this is probably one of the greatest plays from this past season. Don't
One
you
of the
think?
best highlights. One of the
That
best
was one of
highlights
the
of this
best
season.
highlights of the season, boy. Dr. Kanisha, you missed it. So this is probably one of the best highlights that we had, of course, was with defensive end Philip Webb when um how much were we down by? One? How many
Yep,
points were we?
1 point.
We're down by 1 point, and FAMU had the ball, and their quarterback snaps the ball,
And just he was
and
about to chuck it.
Thompson comes right up the middle and just pummels him. I mean, oh my God. Wrap up tackle. It wasn't targeting. The ball pops out and Philip Webb takes it in for a touchdown. That was probably the biggest moment of the season for me, because everybody knows you got to get around. That's Lonnie. Lonnie, ain't you going to Hampton?
Oh, what's up, Lonnie? I ain't
I
seen
think
you in a
Lonnie,
while.
Going to Hampton. He committed.
Yeah, I think that was him.
Tell them folks is over there. They need to walk the plank. But
Lord have
anyway,
mercy.
Philip Webb. So Philip Webb, then he enters into the draft and he gets a mini camp invite with the Miami Dolphins. And he completes the camp. And then 2 weeks ago, right around May 17th, he was signed to the, I hope I'm saying this right, the Winnebago Winterbombers. I think they're the Winterbombers. Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The
Yeah.
Winnipeg Blue Bombers. That's their name. This is, of course, in the CFL. And Aubrey Miller is already signed to the CFL. See, they gonna have me pronouncing all these names. I want to say it's the Saskatchewan. Yeah, them. The Saskatchewan. So Aubrey Miller's on the defense for this particular team. Philip Webb is on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the other team. And I'm going to play this particular clip. And y'all tell me if it's not a redo of
If it's
FAMU
deja
versus
vu.
Yeah, this is deja vu right here.
Few days. Thanks so much, Tegan. Just outside the Ashdown Furniture and Interiors red zone as they hand the ball off, but it pops loose, and it's going to be scooped up by the Blue Bombers. They'll bring it back the other way. It's a foot race to midfield, down the far sideline, still going, down to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Winnipeg Blue Bombers answer a turnover with a turnover of their own.
There you go. Philip Webb. I had to do it because they said his name incorrectly. So I'm gonna do it. You know, I'll do it for you guys. Okay. This is if I'm an announcer. Let me try to do it. Saskatchewan. Okay. Saskatchewan has the ball and the quarterback. The ball pops out. Number 98, he's taking it all the way down. The 50, the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Touchdown, Philip Webb of Jackson State. Bob, do you know that we just signed that young man 2 weeks ago? Oh my gosh, he's already making a huge impact on the game.
Bravo. Bravo.
How's that? Yeah, just a little something.
Congrats to Philip on that.
Yeah, look at him. He's only been there for 2 weeks. And then the dope part about it, yes, this is so dope, right? Is that Aubrey Miller, who, you know, he was at the parade the national champion parade. And, he's been very vocal and supportive of Jackson State, even after leaving. And it is so dope that he is on the other side of the ball. Like, he's on the other side. He plays defense on the other side. So that was so great. Yes, baby. Braxton said, "You're crazy. What's going on in here?" I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. He said, "You are screaming, mommy. What's going on in here?" Nah, he has got the door closed. All right. So that's when I did this post, which is basically 2 alums of the Jackson State University playing this game, different years, different teams. If you can play, they will find you. So Aubrey Miller Jr., he's donning number 47, which he wore at Jackson State University, and then Philip Webb, number 98, defensive end. So congratulations to these Jackson State alums.
And speaking of, when you say if you can play, they will find you.
Mm-hmm.
In other Jackson State news, can we give a round of applause for...
Let me pull it up.
Can we all get a round of applause for Miss Leilani Armenta?
Yes. Woo! Yay, Leilani! All right.
Once a champion, always a champion. Ain't that what they say?
Yes. So Leilani Armenta, she just posted this next chapter. She says, "Everything happens for a reason. While I never anticipated not playing at Jackson State, the decision was ultimately out of my hands. As I began navigating the transfer portal, I had the privilege of connecting with incredible coaches from both sports that I love. I was fortunate to receive several offers, including scholarship opportunities. And I'm truly grateful to the coaches and programs who recognized and valued me not only as an athlete, but as a person. Throughout this process, I kept returning to one central question: where do I want to earn my degree without compromising my academic goals? My education has always been my primary focus, and Jackson State has provided me with a top-tier academic experience that I am proud of. While evaluating my future, both academically and athletically, I was presented with a unique and exciting opportunity to play professionally in the Women's National Football Conference for the Mississippi Panthers. This opportunity allows me to stay at Jackson State, complete my degree, and continue to play the sport I love at a professional level. As someone who has always been and will always be an advocate for women in sports, especially in football, I'm honored to represent both my university and the WNFC. This journey is about more than just me. It's about pushing the boundaries for women in sports, seizing opportunity, and staying true to both purpose and passion. With that being said, everyone watches women's sports. Let's go Panthers. Yay, Leilani!
And the best thing about this is the Mississippi Panthers are, if I'm not mistaken, they're also located in the city of Jackson as well.
Oh, wow. This is great.
Yeah, it's really great.
Yes. So they were the 2024 Cup champions. They had a season record of 9-0. They were undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is so great. And I want to say that the Panthers came out to the women's clinic last year.
Oh, they did?
Yep.
Oh.
They came and participated in the women's football clinic that they had.
That's awesome.
Yes. So congratulations to Leilani. So she'll still be a Jackson State Tiger, still representing. And she will also be competing at the highest level for women's football. So this is such a great opportunity, and we're so proud of her. You know, that's a huge journey. If you guys think about how it came to pass, basically, Jackson State, we didn't have any kickers or punters, right? We were just down bad. Mid-season, it's one of the reasons why we lost to Alabama State. Aside from maybe that play calling, but and those turnovers. Ouch. I don't want to think about that. Lord have mercy. That was the worst homecoming. But she stepped up, and Avery Salerno, who actually graduated from Jackson State, is now at an Arizona Bearcat. Is that what they call them? Bearcats. Stepped up as well. He's a long snapper, and he actually punted for Jackson State. But Leilani, she basically was pulled from the soccer team to be on Jackson State's team. So, yes. Congratulations to Leilani. Any other news before we get to the HBCU news? Lord. Oh, God. In other news, this is a little jokey joke by none other than Dre. You know, he's always joking. And he said that this is our JSU alumni president, while IHL tears up Jackson State University's on the 9th floor. This is her. Jackson State is in shambles right now. In shambles. Dang, Jay, why you leave? He said, we need somebody to step up and say something. But it was brought to my attention, and I guess it's good that somebody pointed this out, that sometimes when you hold a certain type of position, that you're not able to make certain statements, and there's certain things that you're not able to say just because you hold the position that you hold. So there's certain things that you as that person cannot speak on. Now, any statement is better than none, even if you're just saying, you know, Jackson State alumni are disheartened by the recent removal of President Thompson, our third president in less than 5 years. You know, the IHL search process has been disappointing to say the least. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Not in here. And some type of, you know, Chat GPT can absolutely put together a nice statement. Matter of fact, let me tell them to do it right now. I'm going to say, make a statement on behalf of Jackson State alumni regarding the recent resignation of President Thompson. 3 presidents in 5 years, all being appointed by IHL, lack of transparency, and not listening to the constituents. And let's see what it what it comes up with. I mean, it's literally just PR. The recent resignation of President Thompson marks the third presidential departure in just 5 years at Jackson State University. This ongoing instability, rooted in repeated IHL-appointed leadership without transparent processes or meaning input from JSU stakeholders, continue to disrupt progress and weaken trust. We, the alumni, call for a more inclusive and transparent selection process that truly reflects the voice and vision of the Jackson State community. Our students, faculty, and alumni deserve stable, accountable leadership. You see how easy that was? That was easy. It took me 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's all. That's it. That's all you got to do. All right, y'all. You know what? I hope Mr. Ford not in the chat, because Mr. Ford asked me, was I coming on today? And he ain't said drop the link. Mr. Ford, don't be asking me to come up on here on Saturdays and then you don't come up because you fell asleep. All right, y'all. Let's see what we got up next. Oh, let me talk about the mega camp tomorrow, because I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about this mega camp just because I think that it's going to be a hit. I really think that it's going to be something great. Hi, Mr. Ford.
Hey, how you feeling?
Mr. Ford, you're supposed to say, why are you playing me so close?
No.
Yeah, because I knew you was over there sitting in that chat. Mr. Ford.
I'm watching the game too now. You know the Knicks, and this do or die for the Knicks. Either they win or go home.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's 3-2. In the fourth quarter, the Knicks are behind.
The Knicks are behind by how much?
Let's see, 8 points, 10 now. Let's see. No, it's more than that.
That's a classic line, Mr.
That's
Ford.
14 points.
I could turn that into a t-shirt, Mr. Ford.
Which one?
Why are you playing me so close?
Listen, I watched. We can be proud of Bethune-Cookman's baseball program. They represented the SWAC very well. I watched them yesterday and I watched them today.
Yes, it was close, wasn't it, Mr. Ford? It was a close one.
Yeah, they've got a good program. We got our baseball is really good in the SWAC. You know, we got about 4 programs that's quality. I think if they make that change down at Southern's gonna come back, because Southern is underperforming in baseball. When I was a student at Grambling, Southern's baseball was outstanding.
Knicks are behind, no Diddy. Oh Lord. They said it's probably gonna be it for the Knicks.
Man, listen.
So Mr. Ford, I had the chance to go to the HBCU Minority Prospects.
Oh yeah.
All-Star game. I love it. I love the fact that you can participate in the All-Star game even if you're not a graduate. So if you're still in school, you can still attend. So basically they had freshmen, sophomore, juniors, they had all type of, I said, oh, okay. So, and it was in a nice facility. I do think that they, maybe, I don't know how they would do it to get more people to come. I know that it rained really, really bad yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
So I don't know if that maybe affected it, but they had like a children's clinic, a kids clinic, and then they had the band. But me and Braxton didn't make it to that part.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Ford, did you hear the news from the street committee?
No. What's the latest?
I don't know. I thought you had the latest. Why you don't be going to the street committee no more? Is that only after school is out? Where is the street committee report?
Well, I did talk to some people this morning about the not anybody at Grambling, but some people who are former band members at Grambling about the assertion about the band going down.
What they say, is it true or is it lies?
Well, they didn't know, they just said that if it is, that starts at the top. You look at the director and the people at the top.
You can always count on the Arsenals to come through and ask Mr. Ford a question.
Uh-huh. What's the
Mr.
question?
Ford, do you support moving the Boombox Classic between Jackson State and Southern to the Superdome in New Orleans? Why or why not?
No, I'd rather for it to be on the campuses. I like campus. Now, if Southern, I would like for them to continue to come to Jackson. But if Southern wants to take it to New Orleans, yeah, I could see that. But I want it to be, Louisiana, Mississippi. 1 year in Mississippi, 1 year in Louisiana.
I'm sorry. I love the atmosphere.
Yeah.
I love the atmosphere.
Right.
I can remember the footage from Jackson State coming into the stadium and having a walk, that long walk into the stadium and singing "Walk in Your Trap, Take Over Your Trap."
Yeah.
And then we whooped up on Southern real bad. Well, no, that one wasn't real bad. That one was real close. That was when Shador Sanders threw to
was it Malachi somebody?
Yes.
And by the way, what happened to him? Where is he?
I have no idea, Mr. Ford.
Because to me, they destroyed him.
And then when Southern got the ball back, Shiloh Sanders with the interception to end the game.
Yeah, that was his first year. That was his freshman year. That was Shadur's freshman year.
That was huge.
Yeah, they went and got Coach Prime out of the hospital, right? That was his first game back or something.
They wrapped him up.
Brought him to the game. Oh, yeah, that was a good game. I remember that game.
Boy, he should not have been out the hospital.
Yeah.
They said that the atmosphere in the Superdome was not a good Boombox Classic experience, which that's interesting, right? Because isn't that where they have the Bayou Classic?
Yeah, that's Bayou Classic, man.
I haven't heard about Malachi Whiteman. Mr. Ford, did you see Philip Webb with the scoop and score?
Yeah,
he's
you just showed the highlights. Yeah,
he's in the CFL. So there are a lot of young men who are getting picked up even mid-season. They'll get signed. Right. So if you have some student athletes that went to a mini rookie camp or they were signed to these NFL teams, sometimes as they get released or if they're not picked up, they do get other opportunities.
Right.
Why are we so hyped about Grambling JSU game in Vegas? We are hyped about Jackson State going to Vegas because it's like a destination type of game.
Well, I've been saying that I want to see the SWAC go on the road. I think it's great. I'd like to see the SWAC go back to Indianapolis, Chicago.
Oh, did you see the John Merritt Classic between A&T and Tennessee State?
Now, when was this?
I got it bookmarked, Mr. Ford, because I knew you was gonna say something.
Oh yeah, now when's okay?
They're calling it the John Merritt Classic.
Right now, what's the date on that?
Let me go to Coach Barlow's page because I saw him post it. I thought I saw him post it. Maybe he only posted that on his Instagram.
Okay.
John Merritt Classic.
And what's his roster looking like? Because I heard a lot of players left from Nashville. How's his roster
Mr.
looking?
Ford,
Mhm.
I am not. I mean, we even got a couple of great players.
Yeah, I know y'all got 2 linemen. I know, right?
Yeah.
Center
No,
and a
we got.
guard,
I think we got 3 players. We got 3 players.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's actually August 30th.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be interesting.
Jack
And
Vegas.
that's
Vegas, Mr. Ford. Jew Vegas.
oh
They
yeah.
calling it Jew Vegas and Jack Vegas.
Okay. Yeah.
But the John Merritt Classic is going to be North Carolina A&T versus Tennessee State, and it's going to be on August 30th. That's Labor Day weekend.
Right. Now the only thing now, A&T doesn't travel, do they? MEAC schools don't travel.
Wait, but I thought you said A&T ain't a MEAC school.
I'm sorry. That's right. You're absolutely right. So Ladarius, you saying that Tennessee State's roster is solid? Okay.
I mean, Reggie Barlow put together a very good. I think he's good at building a team. Like
Oh, he is. He does a great job. Yes, he is.
His XFL team, and they still made it to the playoffs. And I think him and a couple of other coaches left.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
Reggie's Reggie's really good at recruiting. I remember when he was at Alabama State, he had a solid roster, but I don't think he ever won the SWAC. I don't think he won the SWAC as a head coach at Alabama State. Yeah, but he had some players on there.
So I'm excited to see this matchup because, you know, A&T said that they have a new coach, they got new staff, new players, and
yeah, they got a good staff. I've seen this staff.
Looking to win more than 4 games this season.
Okay, so they are going to win 4 games? How many color schools they playing?
How many colored schools?
Yeah.
Jackson State.
They're not playing us.
I know they're playing Alabama A&M, A&T, Howard.
You said they might have played enough. They might have played enough schools, huh?
Well, I'm trying to see how many. I know they're playing Alabama A&M. They're playing Howard.
Okay, they're playing Tennessee State. They're playing Hampton in Greensboro. Ooh, I might have to go see that. I might have to go see that one.
No, you know, I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I was talking about Tennessee State though.
Yeah. Then, dang, for A&T not to be in a HBCU conference, their outside schedule is nothing but HBCUs.
Yeah, well.
They play North Carolina Central.
That's a loss.
South Carolina.
They're playing South Carolina State.
Carolina State, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's their homecoming, isn't it? South Carolina State is their homecoming team, right?
Yep. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. That should be a big crowd.
Oh, I'm surprised they don't have they didn't keep Winston-Salem State on there?
No, I don't think so.
Why? Oh, wow. I thought that was one of their biggest games.
It is. I don't know why they don't have Winston-Salem on there.
They don't have it on there. So they play Tennessee State, Hampton, North Carolina Central, and South Carolina State. So they play 4 HBCUs this season.
Okay. Right.
So I guess that's what the 4 wins is that he's talking about then.
Well, 2 of them I think will be L's. That South Carolina State is a L. Central L.
Tiger Nation, the undefeated, said the Colors are declining to play those sellouts.
Oh, okay.
Ladarius, who is now, he used to be a Sudden Jaguar, but now he's an A&T Aggie. He said, we don't call them the colored school. We call them the others.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness. It is. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, Mr. Ford, I would like your take on this. So what do you think about HBCU podcasters in terms of what is their accountability or due diligence in terms of like talking about news and stuff like that? Do you feel like HBCU podcasters should be held to a certain standard when it comes to reporting the news? Or are they just content creators and they don't have to have any journalistic integrity when they talk about certain things? What do you think, Mr.
They should be held accountable now. They should be held accountable because you just can't come on here and say anything, and especially stuff that's not true. Yeah, they should be held accountable.
But who's going to hold them accountable, though?
Well, that's the thing. See, if you're going to hold people accountable, that means you're going to have to read and you have to do research. If you don't read and you don't do research, then you can't hold them accountable. But I do believe, like you said, I do believe integrity and accountability.
So how do you hold somebody accountable if they're just an HBCU?
I just told you, you got to read and you got to stay current. Got to read, got to do your research.
The commissioner needs to enforce accountability. The commissioner?
Well, you got to just be the commissioner. You can be, anybody can do that. I mean, what you do is just let them know they're telling a lie. If they telling a lie, you let them know they're telling a lie. And then you tell them what is the truth. What is the alternative to the lie?
Right. So here's the thing, or here's my take on it. So we are in a new era of social media. We're in a new era of disseminating information. So a lot of times, content creators and YouTubers, they create a platform and then they just talk about whatever. But you also have journalists or people who have been in as a journalist or as a reporter, they've been here for 30 plus years or even longer, but they don't have a platform, or they only use like a Twitter, or, you know, or they don't have content that holds the eye or holds, you know, it's interesting to people. It's just all in how you present that type of information. But you have like a crossover. So now the journalists are becoming content creators, whereas they might have just, you know, previously just wrote articles and stuff like that. So it is interesting to see that dynamic. And I know that the SWAC office did a about face in terms of allowing more content creators to come into these spaces to help promote to their constituents, right? Because it used to be, if you weren't working for certain types of platforms, you were not going to get your credentials to go to SWAC Media Day. Now they have opened it up a little bit more to allow people to come in and get access to interview coaches and talk to the players, and you're allowed to, you know, share that on your platform. Right. But I just think it's interesting, the take that a lot of people have, because sometimes like the journalists aren't necessarily the ones that have YouTubes or platforms. So like you said, you have to hold people accountable to a certain extent when they're sharing things. But like people said in the chat, you can snatch credentials away, or, you know, close the doors and tighten up the reins a little bit on how information is disseminated. That's it. And then you can only just focus on you and what your lane is and stay in your lane, not necessarily trying to step on anybody else's toes or down what everybody else has going on. Just do you.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that want to follow the SWAC. Like I've said it numerous times. We're in the midst of a golden era. SWAC football and SWAC sports is growing leaps and bounds. But I think that we can have a large core of journalists and media people following us, but we just need to make sure we hold them to a standard and that, like you said, we have journalistic integrity. But right now, SWAC sports is just really hot. It's really hot, especially
and I think that even though it's hot, I do think that the national attention that we once had, which, when Prime was here, they're just cameras just all over the place. Unnecessary cameras. Like, what, he's getting ready to go to the bathroom. Let's film him up until the point that he goes to the bathroom. We still, like, Jackson State has still, and some other SWAC and MEAC schools, through all of our various games that we have, really big games, matchups that we have, we've still been able to hold our place is in as far as like ESPN Plus, the MEAC SWAC Challenge, the Celebration Bowl, Orange Blossom Classic, which what's another big one that we have? The Bayou Classic is a really big one.
All of the major classics in Black college football are in the SWAC.
Yeah, and they're still, getting primetime TV.
Yeah.
I do think that as far as like the HBCU Legacy Bowl plays a huge part. So I think that there are bits and pieces, but also if you look at the SEC or the ACC or even the NFL, and you look at some of these channels and what type of setups they have, ours is not structured like theirs. State Fair Classic, Magic City Classic. So we still have a lot of big games. I still think that our other sports need to be acknowledged more as well. Dang.
Yeah.
The game sport 125, 108.
Yeah, it's over. Oh yeah. So this is Oklahoma City versus the Indiana Pacers. Oklahoma City was once the Seattle Supersonics. Remember Gary Payton and
I remember that.
Remember Kemp, the dunker, his name was Kemp. Then they had a guy from South Carolina, they called him the X-Man. His name was Xavier McDaniels. So this is going to be OKC versus Indiana Pacers. Oh yeah.
And in terms of like them being, those teams are not what they call the super teams. You know what I'm saying? Where you have a lot of
market teams. They're small market teams.
Small market teams. They don't have any super major superstars that are headlining the teams.
Well,
it kind of makes
that the reigning MVP now is at OKC. I think Chet them gonna become superstars. This guy here, Halliburton and them, because I still think they did him wrong at the Olympics. He should have played more. They didn't do him right at the Olympics.
Like the LeBron James, where he builds a super team.
Where he tries to build a super. Listen, LeBron never lets anybody develop. As soon as they don't do like he wanted, he ready for them to go. That's one of the things about him. He tries. But the problem with the Lakers is they don't have a general manager. They haven't had a general manager since Jerry West left. You remember Jerry West? You know who Jerry West is?
No.
Yeah, Jerry West was one of the greatest general managers in the history of the LA Lakers. Wasn't great as a coach, but he was super as a general manager.
So somebody has a question for you, Mr. Ford, and I'm
What
so
do they
excited because
what
I'm
is
getting ready to put it up here. We were trying to do it the other day, but it wasn't working out. And that is, what if the HBCU series? So basically, this is all things HBCU reimagined. So the question is, wait, let me see if what if HBCU series? So they're saying Mr. Ford is the SEC leaving the NCAA, but I want to do what if the MEAC and the SWAC leaves the NCAA?
Oh, I would love it. Oh, I'd be for that. Oh, baby. Oh, that's one of my dreams.
Not one of your dreams, Mr. Ford.
You know I can't stand the NCAA. Yes. Man, oh boy, I wish that was reality. You know, I always say we got our own law schools. You mean to tell me we can't come up with rules? Listen, you got Southern University has a law school. FAMU has a law school. Texas Southern has a law school. North Carolina Central has a law school. Howard University got a law school. You mean to tell me out of all them law schools, they can't come up with some rules and regulations for the MEAC and the SWAC? And so we don't have to deal with the NCAA, that crooked organization who ain't never did number Jim Crow and did everything to us they could. Initially, they didn't even want us. Oh man, I wish that was reality. I wish we would get it.
So I'm just trying to figure out how that would work though. Like so we would have our own governing body. So we would have our own. Okay, and then
we write our own handbook. We make our own rules.
Where do we get the money from?
We get our money from from our games, from putting together a quality product. And the other thing we would do that I really, instead of playing Mike Neese State, how about Jackson meeting North Carolina A&T or North Carolina Central in Chicago, or Grambling meeting Norfolk State up in Detroit? Yeah, let's utilize. I would like to see the MEAC and the SWAC play more often in the regular season. But we, instead of trying to go to each other's campus, we would meet in a major city.
Just as long as you don't have us, as long as you don't have us playing each other twice in 1 year, Mr. Ford, please don't do that.
I told you that, y'all. See, y'all want things outside the box. I done told you over and over. If Southern and Grambling played at the first game of the season and the last game of the season, do you know how much money they would make? The last game would be at the Superdome. You could have the first game maybe in Shreveport or somewhere because it would be a major crowd. You know how much money you would make? Do you know how much money you would make?
Yeah, we'll need some sponsorship and some TV deals.
Oh, you get them.
HBCU.
Let me tell you something. That would be a hot ticket. You know, one of these days, y'all gonna understand. You'll see. You'll see.
The next one is, what if we played a game with HBCU Hall of Famers versus SEC Hall of Famers? Who would win?
Okay, say that. I'm sorry. Say it again now.
SEC Hall of Famers versus HBCU Hall of Famers. So the Jerry Rices, the Steve McNairs versus, I don't even know, an SEC.
What you talking about? Playing touch football or something? What are you talking about?
Like if there was a football game matchup, and it was HBCU Hall of Famers, some of our top players in the SWAC and the MEAC, versus the SEC Hall of Famers, who would win that matchup? You line up all your best HBCU Hall of Famers versus all the best SEC Hall of Famers. Who's winning?
I don't know if I would be really interested in that. I don't know. I don't think I'd be interested. I really wouldn't be interested in that.
No, we're just saying back in the day, right?
No, I mean,
Like your
Listen.
Jerry Rice's, the Steve McNair's, the what happened? The Robert Brazils.
Oh yeah,
The Walter Payton.
the Walter Payton.
They're saying HBCU all day long. SCC has us in QB play, but we have goats everywhere. They don't have a Steve McNair. Steve McNair is one of the greatest, right?
Doug Williams is one of the greatest. So is Shaq Harris. So is Joe Gilliam Jr. Yeah.
It's a hypothetical game, bro.
Yeah.
George is like, no one would show up. You mean like a video game or something? This is what if HBCU imagined. I would love to see a classic in Detroit. We're at Whitley, and that must be early. It has to be in August or September. Ain't nobody trying to go to Detroit when it starts snowing.
Oh no, this would be it would be in September.
Many SEC Hall of Fame.
It would be before we start conference play. I remember Alcorn, I think, played Howard up there during the McNair era when Air McNair 2 was at Alcorn. I think they went up and played Howard in Detroit. I'm not sure. Yeah, that was in maybe the 90s. That's when it was Cordell Jones was coaching at Alcorn and Steve Wilson was the coach at Howard. I think they played up there once. But yeah, I would just like to see the SWAC and the MEAC meet during the regular season. I'd love to see FAM and A&T meet. I'd like to see FAM play Tennessee State.
Jackson State played in Detroit too when Blank was our coach. Who? When did we play in Detroit? I don't remember that. I don't remember us playing there. Do you remember us playing there, Mr. Ford? I don't remember Jackson State playing in Detroit.
Who put that in? Hey, DJ.
Right.
Hey, what year was it? When did Jackson State play in Detroit? It was was it the James Bell era?
Oh, maybe that's why he didn't say it, because you're not supposed to say his name. That's like
because he was terrible.
That's like Candyman.
Listen, man, y'all went through an era of really bad coaches. I remember that, especially after Comedies. They fired Comedies. It was some bad coaching. His head coaches at Jackson, they were terrible. He was one of them. He was terrible.
They said that we're 0-3 versus Hampton, Mr. Ford.
Oh, for real?
Yes, we got to change that.
Well, I think they'll change it in. Y'all play them in September, right?
Yep.
Okay, so they'll be 3-1.
Can you describe the atmosphere of an HBCU football game, Mr. Ford, in the 70s and 80s compared to today?
Yeah. I started going to games. I was 3 years old. Now, when I started going to football games, there was no such thing as a Bayou Classic. Now, most of the black colleges all had a Thanksgiving Day Classic. Okay, Alcorn and Jackson played on Thanksgiving. Albany State and Fort Valley played on Thanksgiving. Tuskegee and Alabama State played on Thanksgiving. Crampton Bowl. Now the 60s, boy, you talking about a glory time, man. That was okay. The 60s was Jake Gaither. That was wait a minute. It was Big John Merritt. From 60 to 63, he was at Jackson. He had that super team at Jackson, I think in 62 or 63. He left Jackson and went to Tennessee State. You had, was it Earl Banks, Morgan State? They were a monster. You had this school now, y'all call it Maryland Eastern Shore. They used to call it Maryland State. They had a super program.
Oh, they had a football program, Mr. Ford.
Oh, and they were really good. They were really good. That was his name was Skip McCain or Skip McLean, and then he left, and then a guy took over after him. He was from South Carolina. They were still good. They were turning out pros all over the place. Morgan State was turning out pros, and Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore gave you Art Shale. You remember Art Shale? They gave you Emerson Boozer. What they would do at Maryland Eastern Shore, they would come down to Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and get their players, and then take them back to Maryland. Okay.
Not go down south and go get them and take them to the cold, to the snow.
Yeah, that's what they would do. They would take them back to Maryland Eastern Shore. At that time called Maryland State.
Degree weather, but come on up here to the snow.
And listen, they had some really good teams up there. That's why I'm. You know what? I'm so sick of them not making Maryland Eastern Shore get a football team, and because I think it's ridiculous that they in the MEAC and they don't have a football team. My thing is, if you're not going to get a football team, go to the CIAA.
Babe,
But you shouldn't be in the MEAC. Coppin State, not going to get a football team, go to the CIAA. Yeah.
Not go to the CIAA.
Yeah, go to the CIAA. I think it's ridiculous. That's one of the things I hated about the MEAC. They had them teams in there with no football team. I thought it was ridiculous. But see, that's why I keep telling you, y'all think I'm just on her, but that leadership in the MEAC, I mean, for about the last 25 years, they've had no leadership.
Mr. Ford, I'm trying to get some credentials for MEAC Media Day. I might get
you need to be there. You need to be there, no doubt about that.
You over there talk about fire the commissioner.
Yeah,
they said Dre said Coppin State gonna make it to the Celebration Bowl before Morgan State.
You said Coppin State will do what now?
It's gonna make it to the Celebration Bowl before Morgan State.
I'm waiting on, you know what, I really want Coach Wilson to have a breakout year. I was really impressed with him when he was at Bowie State. I was so happy when he got Morgan. I'm just ready for him to have a breakout year.
Any more what ifs before we go on to the next subject? I want to ask you, about Trump and what he's doing with Harvard. I was trying to, anybody else have some what ifs? This is what if the HBCU series. So thankful to Dre for the idea. It's basically HBCU reimagined, whether it's history, matchups, or anything concerning HBCU. We're basically reimagining what if it happened. Oh, Mr. Ford, here you go. Here you go. What if A&T takes their ass back to the meeting?
It's going to help A&T because they'll be back home. They're aliens in the CIAA. They're aliens. That's all they'll ever be. And by the way, the first time I saw a black college football game on television was 1970. I saw Grambling and Morgan State. It was the Whitney Young Classic. And it was called the Whitney Young Classic. And it was not, we saw it on a show called The Wide World of Sports. Do you remember that? That used to come on Saturday.
Urban League Classic in 1971. The first classic, the Whitney M. Young Urban League Classic.
Yeah, it was in Yankee Stadium. Yeah. And listen,
I got some pictures, Mr. Ford.
That's the first time I saw two black schools on television. That's the first time I saw an HBCU game on television. And they went to the game, they were showing the Wide World of Sports, and they said, let's go out to Yankee Stadium. And then they showed it. Now, the first time I actually saw a full HBCU game was 1972. It was Fort Valley State played Fisk on television, ABC. I'll never forget that. Yeah, that was 1972. It was Fort Valley's homecoming, and they played Fisk.
They said that North Carolina A&T are illegal aliens in a white man's conference, allegedly.
Yeah, and so is Tennessee State, and so is Hampton, and all of them. But listen, one thing you got to understand about them people: Tennessee State, Hampton, all that. They're delusional, and they like being delusional.
Just let me be in my delusion.
Yeah. Now, I can remember 1970. Wait a minute, 1972. Well, no. 1971. I saw Tennessee State play a PWI. I believe it was McNeese State in the Grambling Rice Bowl, and that was televised. And
the
that was
Grambling Rice Bowl?
It was called the Grambling Rice Bowl, and it was Tennessee State versus, I want to say, McNeese State. And I saw Joe Gilliam Jr. He was a senior quarterback for Tennessee State at the time. I think it was. Yeah, he was a senior quarterback, and I remember that whole defense for Tennessee State. It was all drafted. Everybody on the defense was drafted.
The 1966 between the Tennessee State Tigers and the Muskingum Fighting Muskies. That one?
No.
Dang, that was when,
no. 66. No. Listen, 66 was when the guy who was probably the greatest quarterback in Tennessee State's history, his name was Eldridge Dickey. They called him the Lord's Prayer. He was from Houston, Texas. That's who you're talking about. No, I didn't see that. I've seen that on tape, in the last 20 years. But the one I actually saw as a little boy, I was about 11 years old. I watched Tennessee State play in the Grambling Rice Bowl, and ABC, I think it was ABC, broadcast that game. And that was in 1971. And I'm telling you, the reason everybody was watching it is because of Jet Magazine all that year was highlighting Joe Gilliam Jr. He was just tearing it up, man. And I'm telling you, that entire defense that they had at Tennessee State that year, all of them got drafted. The whole defense. That was, they were so good. Do you remember Too Tall Jones? He played for the Dallas Cowboys. You remember him?
Yes, I've heard you talk about Too Tall Jones.
Yeah, he was on the bench. He wasn't starting. He was not starting. That's how good they were. They had people like guy named Wayman Bryant. He went to the Chicago Bears. They had another Bryant. His name was Mike Hegman. He went to the Dallas Cowboys. They had Clifford Brooks. He went to the Eagles. They had Vern Holland. He was an offensive tackle. He went to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Tennessee State has so much storied history.
Yes, they had John Holland, who went to the Buffalo Bills. They had, all they were just loaded with that. That's what I'm telling you. When you talk about the 60s and the 70s, man, there was so much talent at them HBCUs back then, because the schools like Alabama. See, I saw Alabama as a kid. They had no blacks on the team. I remember the first blacks to play for Alabama. That was that guy was named John David Carroll? He was a defensive end. He was from Mobile. The next one was a guy named Wilbur Jackson. He was a running back. Those were some of the first black players. I saw them guys. I remember when Alabama didn't have no blacks. I remember when Georgia didn't have no blacks. Ole Miss didn't have no blacks. Ole Miss had Archie Manning. He threw it or he ran it. Mostly he ran it. LSU had Burt Jones. That's who we pulled for because we liked their uniform. They had no black players. The coach was named Charlie McClendon. It was Burt Jones. He had a cousin named Andy Hamilton. Okay, if you wanted to see black players on that level, you had to wait for Southern Cal, Nebraska, Michigan. Those were the schools that were playing black players, not them schools in the South. I remember, now I don't remember Steve Spurrier. I remember John Reeves at University of Florida. He played with a guy, he was a Cuban named Carlos Alvarez. He was a wide receiver. I remember them.
They said Ole Miss definitely didn't have any blacks, and Gilliam
No, the
was done
first black
all
they
by
had
the
was a guy they called Gentle Ben. He was about 6'5", 6'6", weighed over 300 pounds. He was a nose guard. He recently did. He's now deceased. They called him Gentle Ben. He was a big defensive. He was a nose guard. He was the first black player I remember for Ole Miss. That was 70s, I think.
Grambling was dominating the SWAC, and Tennessee State whooped up on Grambling.
Well, it was a back and forth. It was back and forth. Sometime Grambling whooped up on them because I remember. Let me see now. Ooh, what's his name? Doug Williams. Doug's senior year, Tennessee State did whoop on them up on them at. They came on Tennessee State's campus, and Doug and them was undefeated. Tennessee State, that was in 77. Because the only team that beat Tennessee State that year was Florida A&M. In 1977, Florida A&M was, I think, the only school in the country that was undefeated.
Is that the championship, the National Black Championship that they always talk about?
That was the National Black Championship. The next year, in 78, they won the first 1AA championship. When they won that Black College Championship in 77, I was a 12th grader in high school.
Next question. What if Jerry Rice had attended JSU?
Okay, let's see now. Jerry Rice. Because see, and you know what? That reminds me. Let me tell you something you got to watch. On the YouTube, they got the history of the wishbone. Now, the reason I need you to watch that is because from the late 70s until the early 80s, guess who ran the wishbone?
Who?
Jackson State. Jackson State ran the wishbone. I remember seeing they had the quarterback was a guy named Keith Taylor. He was from Waycross, Georgia, and they were dominant with that thing. Huh?
What's wishbone?
The wishbone was an offense that was created on the campus of the University of Texas. Darrell Royals hired a guy named Emory Ballard. Emory Ballard basically changed what he did was, out of the split T, he created the wishbone. He changed the formation, how people would line up.
Or defense?
No, that was offense. That was an offense. It was dominant in college football from the late 60s until the 80s. Now, the team that made everybody leave the wishbone alone was the University of Miami, when they had one guy was named Jim Kelly, and then it was Bernie Kosar. University of Miami came on the scene in the early 80s, and it was because of they went and hired a coach from the NFL. His name was Howard Snellenberger. He brought the NFL principles to the University of Miami. Now, in 1979, he brought his team to Tallahassee to play Florida A&M, and the Rattlers beat them. It never happened again, but it did happen then. It happened in 1979 on the campus of Florida State, because they played at Doak Campbell. He brought his team out. This was before they really became what we call UM, because when they became UM is when Jim Kelly came from Pennsylvania, because Jim Kelly was supposed to go to Penn State. Because when he went up to see Joe Paterno, Joe said, "You go in the linebacker," because of the way he looked. Because he was, he looked like a linebacker, but he was a quarterback, and he didn't want to be a linebacker. So he went with Snellenberger to UM, and that's the beginning of what we call today the U. He won the national championship in 84, I think it was. Yeah.
Well, I think that's enough about what if. If we're fifth, we'd all do what, Mr. Ford?
Say what now?
If we're fifth, what will we all do?
I don't know.
Take a drink. You,
Oh,
Mr.
okay,
Ford, that is an old saying. If we're fifth, we'd all take a drink.
Okay. Well, I don't drink.
It's a saying.
Okay. All right.
All right. It's a drink. It's a saying, Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
All right. Before we move forward, before you get off, because I know you be quick to say I'm done, Mr.
Well,
Ford. Have you? Okay, so let's talk about OTAs that are going on this week.
right.
Basically, voluntary this past week, voluntary practices that are taking place. If you're a rookie, well, you should be there because, of course, like we just signed you.
Right.
So it's basically organized team activities. They're voluntary, non-contact off-season practices that teams hold between the end of the previous season and the start of training camp. They allow teams to work on their offense and defense, players to get used to the coach's playbooks and strategies. They're doing 7-on-7, 9-on-7, and 11-on-11 drills during OTA.
Oh, yeah.
OTAs are part of the phase 3 of the NFL's off-season program.
Right.
So
right.
phase 1 is, of course, the meeting conditions, and phase 2 is individual and group drills.
Right.
So I'm just here to report the news about Shedeur Sanders and how he's doing in his OTA camp, and where do we go from here? So this past week, first of all, Shedeur Sanders has not gotten any reps with the ones yet.
Okay.
They're not letting him see that yet. I don't know why. I think it's more of a pecking order, you know.
Yeah, he's got to earn his stripes. He got to earn. They're not going to give him anything. He's got to earn his stripes.
So Joe Flacco was 9 of 14, 1 passing touchdown, no interceptions. He had a completion percentage of 64.3%.
Right.
Dylan Gabriel was 11 of 16. He led the team in reps. He had 2 passing touchdowns and 1 interception. He had a completion percentage of 68.8%.
Right.
Shedeur Sanders, 7 of 9 attempts. He had 3 passing touchdowns and a completion percentage of 77.8%.
Right.
And then Kenny Pickett was 9 of 16. He didn't get any touchdowns or interceptions. And his completion percentage was 56.3%.
Right.
So what do you think, Mr. Ford? I think, like, with the media, it's funny how we talk about people being, basically reporting factual information, when I just feel like media as a whole has become about clicks and impressions from the most reputable media institutions like ESPN. And then everything is about impressions now. And how many impressions can you get? How many people can you guys get to watch your stuff? Doesn't matter whether or not it's factual or not. So at first they put out reports that Shedeur might not make the team. That's what they put out in the beginning of the week before OTAs. Now they're saying that one of these quarterbacks between Kenny and Dylan Gabriel might be cut. What do you think about Shedeur and his ability to make this team? Or do you think they'll try to trade him?
No, I said it from day one. I thought it, even though he went 5th round and all of that, I thought Cleveland was the best place for him. I think he's going to do well in Cleveland. I think he plays this year. He might not start the season as a starting quarterback and all of that, but I think he plays. And I think he's going to make a name for himself in Cleveland. I really do.
I hope I get to see him. They do preseason with the Carolina Panthers, and I want to say that game is in Charlotte.
Okay.
I don't buy a ticket to go look at Joe Flacco.
Well, now
Mr. Jordan!
a lot of those teams don't really like playing their starter in the
Right.
preseason.
That's what I'm hoping.
So he might play a lot during the preseason.
That's what I was hoping.
They don't want to risk, the starter getting injured or anything. So he
Right.
might get a lot of reps during the preseason.
I'm excited. And then we have some more of our HBCU players who, they've been working hard to make those rosters. Some of the previous HBCU players are still playing. Of course, Xavier Smith is with the
Is he still with the Rams? Yeah, with the Rams. Okay.
Yeah, I want to say he's still on the Los Angeles Rams team.
Right.
So he's from Florida A&M. So
oh yeah, I remember Xavier. Played for what's my man's name? That's at FIU now. Willie Simmons.
Oh, Willie Simmons.
Yeah, he played for Willie.
Have you heard anything else about the FAMU Rattlers, or they done quieted down and now it's all just Prairie View noise?
Well, no, I know that they did sign a JUCO quarterback out of California. I did the report. What's the guy's name? I always tell you about. He claps his hands before he starts his report. You know.
Okay, the young man from yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He did a report. So I got the name and I did go back and look at some film. And the guy can throw the football now, but we'll see what that equates to.
He's got an arm on him.
Yeah, he can throw the football. He can throw the football, and he has good accuracy.
FAMU, I want to say one or two of their offensive linemen are actually listed on the FCS top offensive line to return. Architect Nice, right, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. So,
Watson is out for the season.
Yeah, he has a torn Achilles or something. What's wrong with him?
He was taking pictures, acting like he was throwing the ball. Maybe those were old videos or something.
Yeah, that might have been old videos because I know he's out for the season. But FAMU has signed. Wait a minute, they signed 5 quarterbacks, I think, since January.
We signed a receiver today, Mr. Ford.
Okay, what's his name? Where is he from?
He is from East Community College. Let me get his stats up here real quick.
Okay, is he from Mississippi?
Let me see. I'm pulling him up. And we might sign somebody else tomorrow too. After tomorrow, we got that big camp. There's going to be thousands of players from Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama are coming to that mega camp.
Oh yeah, now that's tomorrow. Or was it today?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 247. They're going to be there, right? 247.
Yes, 247.
I
don't know about on threes. I didn't see on three saying anything, but
247 is major in this country now.
Yeah. So his name is Brendan Brown, and he is a wide receiver from East Mississippi Community College.
Okay. And what's his hometown?
And his hometown is Scuba, Mississippi.
Okay. You know what they say, baby. Jackson, baby, the Mississippi boy, come back and play with the Mississippi boys. Oh, yeah. So we have to look him up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find his stats.
Oh, yeah. TC's like Bear Bryant. He has an affinity for them small town boys. That's how Bear Bryant was while he was at Alabama. He liked small town kids in Alabama.
Is that the blueprint?
Is
that the blueprint for building a team?
Yeah. So you want to have a dynasty. Yeah.
Oh, his hometown is Jackson, Mississippi.
It's what?
His hometown is Jackson, Mississippi.
And what's his high school?
It is Northwest Rankin High School. He's a wide receiver, 6'2", 190 pounds.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to pull up some film on him, see what he looks like.
See what he's hitting on.
Yeah, baby. You know what? To look at some film.
Film don't lie. The film don't lie.
Yeah, we have to look at the film, baby. Shoot. Yeah, we have to look at the film.
Let me see if I can pull up the film, Mr. Ford. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, did they say how many years of eligibility? Does he have what, 2-3 years of eligibility? What? How many years of eligibility does he have?
He will have. I thought they get when they go to. Don't they get like their full eligibility when they? Come from
I know they get at least a year. So he's probably got about 3 years of eligibility. If he, the thing is, how many years did he play at?
They get full eligibility.
East Mississippi Junior College.
I think he has at least 3 more years. It says
yeah, he probably has 3. Yeah,
it says sophomore year, so he should have.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You sure he's not from Shibuya, Mississippi? No, it says Scuba, Mississippi on the paper. I mean, on the commitment thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shibuya, Mississippi. That does not say Shibuya. It says Scuba.
Shibuya.
That's not what that says, Braxton.
Can't make your hands clap. Oh!
Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It looks explosive.
I can make your hands clap. I can make your hands clap. I can make your hands clap. I can make your hands clap.
What? I think he is from Jackson. Yeah, it says he's from Jackson.
Oh, okay.
But on that Scuba, Mississippi. Mm-mm.
Scuba, Mississippi.
Oh, okay. Scuba is where the college is located. Brack's not going to Sunday school in the morning. I don't know. It depends on how he feels.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He's from Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay.
Does college Scuba, Mississippi.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Ford, our like wide receiver core is so I don't want to keep dragging on this, but good Lord.
Yeah, y'all got a wide receiver core.
Yeah, not just that, our quarterback room is stacked like library books too.
Oh yeah. Now is this Jacoby here at Jackson?
Yeah, this is Jacobian's last year.
I need him to have a breakout year.
We got Lockhart. We've got Ethan Terrell.
Pop Light Brown.
Parker Stofa, and I want to say we have one more that I'm forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
All of them stout, Mr. Ford.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be important because if it's his last year, somebody's got to take over, right?
Yeah, I'm quite sure somebody in don't y'all have somebody from one of the quarterback from Mississippi waiting after Jacoby? Like a freshman or sophomore?
We have Ethan Terrell. He's from Texas. Lockhart is from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, them guys there, they should be lined up.
Parker Stofa, I want to say he's from Texas.
Yeah.
Jacobian will have 30 plus touchdowns this year.
Oh, I hope so. That would be nice.
No.
I mean, they throwing 30, right?
What happened now, Mr. Ford?
I'm saying when you said 30 touchdown, we're talking about throwing for 30, right?
No, I'll probably say like 27 throwing touchdowns.
Okay.
And
Jeez.
8 or
Saturday
9
adversity is
rushing
the best.
touchdown.
Okay.
What? What did you just say? Huh?
Tell people went to Jackson State. Bennett QB coming to Charlotte.
Oh,
Hey,
he's reading the
QB.
chat. Tell everybody about your birthday coming up. How old will you be?
TD.
Get down. Tell everybody how old you'll be.
8.
Okay, get up.
Did you go by and check on those books by Dr. Kawanza Kunjufu? Remember I told you about that?
I have a bookmark on Amazon. I bookmarked
Okay, yeah.
him.
Look that up. Look, because he's 8, right?
Yeah, he's 8.
Yeah, it's time that we got to put the consciousness in him.
I'm 7.
Yeah, well, it's time
It's
now.
time to go to bed. Anyway, Mr. Ford, I might as well just finish that. Next week,
I found that.
what do we got going? What do we got going, Mr. Ford?
For next week,
Yeah.
the NBA championship starts the 5th.
Oh yeah, I forgot the NBA championship is always the day, like right around my son's birthday.
Yeah, we got that. I'll
Well,
be following the Braves.
You'll be following the Braves.
Yeah, I'll be following the Braves. Yeah, Ron Acuna is back, so I'm an Acuna fan.
So, Mr. Ford, I just wanted to announce for the mega camp, they have over 870 recruits as of this was like yesterday morning when Coach Ridley posted this. 870 recruits and counting.
Oh boy, they're gonna see a lot of kids.
It's definitely going to be over 1,000. It's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow. So
Yeah,
you're gonna have some folks that will miss church, but they're gonna bring their kids. You know, they have all of the local high schools coming to participate,
Okay.
and then all over from Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama.
Now, how many colleges and universities will be present? About 50 or 100? How many?
Look, I got her first try.
So I'm thinking over 50, right?
Yeah, because I know it's all the SWAC schools are there, right?
All the SWAC schools are there, but I want to say, like, if you think about it, like, not just you're gonna have D2 school coaches there as well.
Yeah. So how many MEAC schools are coming?
Yay.
Let me see. I don't know. If I'm that would be one of those recruiting trips that I would just have to take, right?
Oh yeah.
I would have to be there for that, just because the sheer numbers of student athletes that are going to be there. So on this particular one, so registration allegedly closed today.
Okay.
It will be closing in the next 30 minutes.
Right.
They have Old Miss, NIU on here, Liberty University, Colorado, Georgia Tech, Southern Cal, FSU, Tulane, Mississippi State, Arizona, Kennesaw State, Houston, Mississippi Gulf Coast. So at all of the SWAC schools, I don't see any MEAC schools on here, but I'm pretty sure all of the JUCOs will be coming here too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Heavily.
Well, this is the largest camp in the country, right?
I mean, I don't want to brag and say it's the largest camp, but they said that they had over 1,000. I'm expecting a really good crowd. I think they did a really good job of getting the word out. I did not know this, but this Southern Elite Mega Camp series is something that they do on a yearly basis. And so for them to have chosen Jackson State, and I do see that On3 is supposed to be covering. So Catapult, 247 Sports, and On3 are supposed to be covering it.
Hey,
And
is Blue gonna be out there? Is Blue on here?
I don't know if Blue's gonna be there. I guess that would have
Is
been.
Blue on here? Hey, Blue, you
I
on
don't
here?
think. I don't think Blue on here tonight.
Okay.
So at 8, but they are up. Like they probably. This is probably at 8:30. The offensive linemen and defensive linemen are checking in, and they're on the field by 10. Then at 10, they sign in the quarterbacks, wide receivers, and defensive backs, and they're on the field by 12. And then at 12, the running backs, linebackers, and tight ends are signing in. They're on the field by 2.
Right.
And then at 3, they sign in for specialists. And 4 p.m., they're on the field for the specialist.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm excited.
Yeah, listen, that's going to be so many athletes. But see, what you do is you get your data file. They might sign P4 or, with the the group of 5. But some of them kids going to want to leave after the first year. And then the fact that they've seen what Jackson State has to offer, they'll have Jackson State in their mind. That's a great thing about hosting a camp like that. You might not get them the first time, but if it doesn't work out, listen. Because I always remember, they said that Shannon Sharp was supposed to sign with Georgia Southern. Eric Russell told him, "You're going to linebacker." He didn't want to be a linebacker, but he remembered what Bill Davis told him at Savannah State. You always got a home here at Savannah State. And that's where he ended up.
And they said Charles Woodson Jr., son of the famed Heisman Trophy winner, will compete at the June 1st Jackson State's Southern Elite Mega Camp. And he already holds from Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Syracuse. So, they've really been pushing this particular event. And they also point out like who their former players are that attended. So all pro linebacker Patrick Queen attended the Southern Elite Combine for 3 years in a row as a high schooler. Multi-time Super Bowl champion Creed Humphrey is the center for Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, and he attended multiple Southern Elite events. So they've really been pushing it, and it's for the class of 2026 to 2029, portal and JUCO. So if you were in the portal and you haven't gotten the offer that you want, you might be able to come over here and get that offer.
Yeah, I think, that's what I said. It's really great. Man, I wish some other, well, I know Southern's having a camp, right? Southern's having a camp. Florida A&M is having a camp. When's Alabama? Is Alabama? I know they're having it. Do you know the date of Alabama State and Alabama A&M's camp?
So when you say camp, do you mean like the coaches' camps? Because Jackson's
no. They bring in the high school kids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know Southern's giving a date. I've seen Southern's having it for high school kids. I know Florida A&M is having it. I don't know the date for Prairie View, but I'm quite sure they're having it.
Okay, so the only one that I did see was being promoted heavily. I did see a Prairie View camp. I wanted to say I saw a Prairie View camp, but as in terms of like this big push with the 247 and the on 3 and this outside coming in, I didn't see. Let me see if I see the mega camp. So I think that this is a big thing, right? The mega camps at these
universities. Yeah, without a doubt. That's why I said, is it the largest one in the country? You bringing in 1,000 athletes? Yeah, that's got to be one of the bigger ones.
So so it was 840 this morning, or earlier this morning. So Tremaine Jackson does have a King of the Hill camp.
What's his date?
His is June 3rd through June 5th.
Okay.
So I, you know, and they had the vet looking nice too. Yeah. They had all the grass all nice and green.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be hot out there. I washed a car today and almost had a heat stroke. So hopefully they have lots of Gatorade and water on deck.
I think that's gonna be mandatory. You have the EMTs out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll be all the emergency staff, medical staff will be there.
So 870 plus registered, and that was earlier this morning. So I definitely think that they can get it above 1,000. You know, they had the Mississippi, Louisiana recruit page that has over 10,000 followers promoting it as well. So I'm excited.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're gonna get a chance to look at some outstanding athletes.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna end it on this note, y'all. We gotta stay prayed up. We gotta stay prayed up, Mr. Ford.
Mm-hmm.
An attack on the credibility of HBCUs. You gotta stay prayed up.
Well, one thing you have to understand: anytime you have autocratic leaders like we have, or dictators, they're going to always go after what we call the intelligentsia, the people who can solve problems, the people who can do constructive criticism. They're going to always go after those people. Hitler went after those people. Stalin went after those people. Most of your wicked dictators, they're going to go after this so-called the learned people, like a Harvard or Yale and that kind of people, people of higher learning. They're going to go after them.
But Mr. Ford, that's what I meant to tell you or ask you, because I was reading it and it's absolutely terrible. Donald Trump is basically attacking Harvard, and it's just like, dang, if he can attack Harvard and try to get them on their knees, he's basically like threatening to pull federal funding from Harvard, and also putting pressure on some of the other Ivy League schools. And he's utilizing, or the Project 25 is utilizing anti-Semitism as the reason. Yes, as the reason for that.
Well, yeah. But the main thing is, when you are in a fascist nation like we are today, you're going to always attack the people of higher learning. You got to go, because see, you got those people on those college campuses. These are the people who can put it in writing, can speak about the injustices, the inequality, the bias, the discrimination. They can do that. And so you got to silence them. And that's what he's doing. He's doing what all dictators do.
Well, so my main concern is that when I was reading this article, they are actually utilizing the Civil Rights 1964 Act that we utilize for racial discrimination. It also has basically your nationality wrapped up in there. Mm-hmm. So they're actually going to use the same laws that they use to protect Black and Black people and minorities. They're actually kind of like using it as almost like reverse discrimination. And they've been basically accusing these Ivy League universities of fostering unsafe environments and civil rights violations because they allowed for students to protest on campus and say, stop the genocide. Like, this is serious when you're attacking $1 billion institution, or saying that they can no longer enroll international students.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what all dictators do. Remember, I told you the other night, what they got to do, they've got to cause chaos and confusion, okay? They got to tear down what you knew as America. Once they tear it down, they're going to offer an alternative, and the alternative is martial law with dictatorship. It's all a plan, and it's been well thought out, and that's what they're doing. Okay, remember, Congress is irrelevant. The Supreme Court's going to rubber stamp anything he puts before them. So it's he's following a plan. See, and they showed it one night on television. Everything that they're doing in a speech that Vice President Harris made in Pennsylvania, she told you everything that they were going to do. But the people didn't care because what they were looking at was she's black and a female. Even though she was telling the truth and telling you what he was going to do, they didn't care. Now, some of them care now because he's taken their jobs.
I just felt like they should have kept Biden. It doesn't matter that he doesn't remember what yesterday was or even today. You put him in front of the cameras when he's at his freshest. And when he's at his sundown, you keep that under wraps until you can transfer power. They messed that one up.
Yeah, but the oligarchs wanted Trump. And you have to remember, even though we vote, the most important thing is that electoral college. And I've told y'all over and over, the people who control that electoral college are on Wall Street. Okay. And so their choice was not Biden. It was not Harris. Their choice was Donald Trump. So they got who they wanted. That's who they wanted. And they got who they want. Yeah.
They want to provoke us and we're not protesting. We sure ain't. I mean, every day they're always like putting forth something like, oh, these policemen killed this black man. Or I think they had a young lady, she ended up killing her children's father who was black. But he was on the internet talking about he would rather date a dog than a black woman. So, we wasn't finna protest.
Well, the latest one I heard was that President Trump says he's considering pardoning Diddy. Did you hear that? He said he's considering partnering Diddy because he's known him for many years. Because they showed the pictures today when he was calling Trump his godfather, and they go, they were New Yorkers and all of that stuff. So that's what he's saying now, that he is considering that.
Mr. Ford, you've been watching that Diddy trial? It's turned for the worse for him.
That's the only thing on television. How can you not watch it? I mean, because it's been depressing, the stuff that's come. I mean, what they basically showing you is that there's so much perverse and decadence in that entertainment world and in the athletic world and then with these actors and actresses, because that stuff that's coming out, it's really like, it's debauchery. It's sickening.
Debauchery and demonic.
Yeah, it really is, because the stuff they told, oh man, it's been just awful. It's been awful. But it just goes to prove that some people will do anything for fame and fortune. They'll do anything, and they'll let people do anything to them for fame and fortune.
Or if you have a little power, just a little bit of power. Yeah. And you know what, Mr. Ford? I don't even think that it's just Hollywood either. It seems like men in positions of power, they don't know how to act.
Well, that ain't just men now. It's people. Because that stuff that's been coming out this week, and I think this is the third week, or what is this?
The third week.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, they can end that trial. They can end that.
You think he's guilty of a RICO?
Listen, it ain't a matter of thinking. I mean, if what they saying is true, they gonna lock him up forever. But I'm saying that I think it was this week. I think President Trump said he was considering pardoning Diddy. He was thinking about it.
He pardoned
Everybody, he's partying, he's giving up, man.
he pardoned the Chrisleys, who
Yeah,
basically they
yeah,
had defrauded millions of dollars from banks.
and some
And
politicians who had done all kind of things. And
oh my goodness,
was an NBA young boy? Who was it? Was an NBA young boy?
he was already out.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then Larry Hoover, who now
Yeah,
has to go serve the rest of his 200-year sentence in state prison.
yeah.
Chrisleys, who Lord, he pardoned Kwame Kilpatrick.
He did. Pardon Kwame. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that one.
You know what? I remember when Kwame Kilpatrick was the starting offensive tackle for Florida A&M. Yeah.
Wait, what? Who? He was what?
He was the starting offensive tackle for Florida A&M. He played for Ken Riley.
Really?
Yeah, his sister played at Hampton. His sister was on the basketball team at Hampton University.
You heard about what happened at Hampton, right?
You know what happened to Hampton?
Go ask your folks when you go to school on Monday, Mr. Ford. I can't even say it on this
No,
channel.
we're out. We're out of school.
Oh, well then go to Publix over there off Cascade Road.
Oh, okay. Was it something scandalous or something?
It was scandalous, Mr. Ford. It's scandalous.
What I was asking, was it something scandalous?
It's very scandalous, Mr. Ford. I'm gonna ask you about it on Tuesday.
Okay, I didn't know. So something like that. Was it sports related, or was it school related, or what was it?
School related debauchery.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know. Allegedly, some debauchery.
Okay.
Some mayhem. But we're gonna just say allegedly.
I mean, is it in the media, or this is just?
They had everything taken down, Mr. Ford.
Oh, they had everything taken down.
Yeah, it was in social media, and then they just like got rid of all of the evidence, made the young man delete his stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I will be seeing you on Tuesday. Hopefully,
okay.
They're going to be playing in the NBA Finals. Who are you going for?
I'm just watching I'm really checking out that OKC team with the three guys. Because now I told you, of all of them, the one that I really knew and followed the longest is Chet. See, I heard about Chet when he was in high school. See, Chet, Paige, and Jalen Suggs all grew up together in Minneapolis. I knew about them.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chet went to Gonzaga, I think, for a year. And I watched him at Gonzaga. I watched Jalen at Gonzaga. I watched Paige at UConn. But they all grew up together. Now, I enjoyed watching Oklahoma City. I know Rick Carlisle, the guy who he's the head coach of the Indianapolis Pacers. I remember when he was in college, he went to Virginia, and I remember he played with Larry Bird with the Boston Celtics. I've been watching him for years. Two of the guys that I've watched, that's why I don't really take the Hawks serious at all. You know, the Atlanta Hawks could have had Siakam, who's with Indianapolis.
Mm-hmm.
We could have had him. We could also have Julius Randle. They were both offered to the Hawks, and they didn't take either one of them. That's why I don't take the Hawks serious. The other reason I don't take the Hawks serious is because they lie and call Trae Young a superstar. And that's the biggest lie, one of the biggest lies ever been told in sports. He's definitely not a superstar. He's not even a winner.
Oh my goodness. I forgot to announce about Raja Caruth. You know, the Winston-Salem State alum?
Wait a minute. Was Caruth, that's the one that was a football player for the Panthers?
No, not that one. His name is Raja Karuth. He is a Winston-Salem State alum.
Oh.
And he most recently won the Nashville Super Speedway. He's from Winston-Salem State. Are you familiar with it? He's
He's a race car driver?
Yeah, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race at Nashville.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, he wins. He was above, well, I don't really know that much about speed racing. But yeah. Congratulations. He's from he's an alum of Winston-Salem State.
Oh, okay. All right. We have to do some research on it. I think I've heard that name before.
I think Raja Karuth has won somewhere else as well. This isn't his first win.
Okay.
Right now he is 10th in the Craftsman Truck Series. He's an American professional stock car racing driver. He basically races full time. And let me see.
What's his age?
He's young. He's born in 2002, so he's 23 years old.
Right. Okay. You're right, Brother Dukes. Not Ray Caruth. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Raja Karuth.
Yeah. Okay.
They haven't updated his stuff yet, but yeah, he won first place.
Okay.
So, congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations.
That is so exciting to see Black Boy Joy in the Speedway, because I remember years ago, before I had Braxton, I was a brand ambassador for Mopar. And we're on the I was basically a brand ambassador for the Mopar at the Speedway. Oh my God. It was colorless.
So that car racing is really big in Charlotte, right?
Yes, super. We have that big Speedway in Concord.
Yeah, and I know it. Now here we have it in Hampton, Georgia, which is right outside of Atlanta. Man, they have billions. I mean, they have 600,000, 800,000 people out there. It's that's called the Hampton Speedway.
MEAC Pirate is here in the chat, Mr. Ford.
Okay, well, so can you tell us what's going on? Now that's Hampton, right?
Yeah, MEAC Pirate, can you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on in Hampton?
What's going on at the real HU or the fake HU? They're calling them Hampton Booty Pirates, Mr. Ford.
Oh, that's what they're calling them?
Yeah. Oh, goodness. I didn't know that we was 0-3 versus Hampton. I did not know that.
I'm trying to figure out, now what years did Jackson play Hampton? What years was it?
That is terrible that we lost to them that many times, but everybody knows that Coach TC is the king of get back games. Okay, so let's do football history versus Jackson State.
Yeah, what years did they play Hampton?
So the last matchup that we played was in August 31st in 2008. The score was 17-13.
Okay, now 2008. So was that Rick Comagee?
It was Orlando, Florida. Oh wow, we played in Orlando, Florida.
So was that Rick Comagee's or was that James Bale?
I think that was Rick Comagee.
Jerome said it was 2004. So
2004, we played in Hampton, Virginia, and they beat us 38-9.
Was that Big Daddy? Who was it? Was it James? Was it Judge?
That was definitely a bad year.
Okay, 2005.
It doesn't say where we played.
Who was in the program these years?
Oh, okay.
Was this Big Daddy? Was this Judge? Who was the head coach at 2008? Was Comagee's.
2008 was Comagee.
Who was 2005? Was that Bale? So that must have been Bale. It said no name coach. So it must have been Bale.
If they're not saying their name, then it's definitely him. Yeah. He who shall not be named, Mr. Ford.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I can believe they 0-3 against the was Bale.
2005 was Coach Bell, Mr. Ford. Damn, don't make us say his name.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Trying to
Yeah.
summon that man. But listen, it's a new sheriff in town. Okay?
Oh yeah.
We just terrible. But yeah, so Mr. Ford, we're gonna, it's a new age, a new dawn.
Oh yeah.
That you trying to summon that man like Candyman over there. MEAC Pirate is ready.
Okay, what did MEAC Pirate say?
He said that X marks the spot on the Tiger booty hole for August 30th.
He said what now?
I'm gonna just put it up so you can read it.
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
Let me put it up there. Oh, Lord have mercy. We're not asking for no gate codes. Oh. Where was the 2024 mega football camp held last year? Mississippi College.
Now they dropped athletics, didn't they? Did they drop football?
Yeah.
I thought, yeah. Okay.
So Mr. Ford, look, it's gonna be a good belt to ass season. I can't wait. I don't like to brag, and I'm not gonna do all the boasting until we get to SWAC Media Day, and then I'm gonna turn it up a notch. I want to
I think both of them. I think the SWAC Media Day and the MEAC Media Day is going to be great. I think both of them are going to be really outstanding.
Yeah, Mr. Ford, I'm telling you right now, like, there's only one game that's a toss-up for me, and it's USM.
Oh yeah, down in Hattiesburg. Are you going to that game?
Mr. Ford, you just told me 2 weeks ago that we was gonna be out of food. I'm not going. I'm going two places. I'm 3 and a possible. No, 2 and a possible. I'm for sure going to Vegas.
Because I think what was it last year that every game Jackson State played was televised? Was that last year? Was that the deal? Every game was televised, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully we should see that USM game on TV.
Oh no! That's going to be on ESPN Plus. They've already announced that ESPN Plus at 4 p.m.
Right. Okay.
Like, so for me personally, what is it? It's homecoming and I want to go to homecoming. Homecoming and Vegas are literally like 3 weeks apart. That's expensive.
Yeah. I'm happy about that Vegas game. I'm glad, that they've taken that game to Vegas. I like that.
ESPN Plus or HBCU Go. Yeah, all of our stuff is televised. We should have a lot more like that FAMU game. That should be
I'm quite sure that's going to be televised. I know that's going to be televised.
Game might be on, that might be on ESPN too. Here.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah. Yeah, that FAMU game, that game probably be the championship game for the East.
Wait, why do you keep saying FAMU? If I had to pick somebody that it's going to be, it's not FAMU this year.
I think it'll come down to FAM. Who you picking in the East there?
For it to come down to?
Yeah, Jackson and who? Alabama State?
Yeah.
No.
Banana State. Yeah.
And by the way, they got to go to Tallahassee. You know what? I hope I can make that game. They've got to go to Tallahassee in September. That's going to be a big game. That's going to be a big game.
Tallahassee. Okay, so here's the thing. After FAMU lost to Valley and they lost to Prairie View, I'm sorry. I don't have, he had to do some rearranging. Does Hampton bring a crowd? No, Hampton does not bring a crowd, but we couldn't get them in Chicago.
No. But I think FAM is revamped. I really do believe they've revamped.
Do you think they're revamped that quickly?
Yeah, I think they've revamped. But they've made some changes to that coaching staff. I'm waiting to see, of course, I want to see.
Ooh, they said Coach Cozy better get on Marva Good side. Usually when FAMU has new president, they said that she's trying to get her salary, and folks ain't trying to give her salary.
Yeah, she wants $750,000.
She gonna make budget cuts to get that. Oh, you know what else they said? Well, this is what some of the rattlers told me back in the day, as in last year. Oh, every president, when they come in, they get a new AD. They bring in their own people.
Yeah, a lot of them do bring in their own people. Now that is true.
That lady don't know about anything but downsizing, and she's over there asking for $750,000. They had a meeting. I want to say either yesterday or today. They had a meeting to discuss if they were going to pay her salary. Why are y'all having this meeting? Y'all not paying that lady $300,000 more than Larry Robinson? Are y'all out y'all minds?
I thought they canceled the meeting or postponed the meeting.
I mean, why would you even have the meeting to begin with? The money has to come from other places. Make her great again. Marva better bring one of her folks in that makes donations and make them pay it. See, this is how you know that the people who voted Marva in, that it's not just, when I say voted her in, I mean those alums. This is how you know that it's not just those alums on the board. It might be a lot of folks that pretend like they're really upset about her being voted, but they actually wanted her to be voted. Because how do you guys even have a discussion on paying her $300,000 more than Larry Robinson, who actually has the credentials and knows how to get the research dollars?
Well, that's what happens when you're planted by the governor of the state, right?
Why do you keep saying planted by the governor? That was the alums. They have, when you look at their LinkedIns or you look at their behind the wall, it says Florida Agricultural and Mechanical Technical College student university. It says FAMU on there with a big snake.
Yeah, but listen, this is all a plot by the governor, and it's real simple. Destroy Florida A&M.
Oh, the alums are planted too. They could not be at nobody's tailgate. We would be putting them on the grill. And as I say that, Mr. Ford, I have noticed that our alumni association has been very, very quiet, and folks are trying to low key do some nefarious stuff at Jackson State. Yeah. Oh, it's bad, Mr. Ford.
Man.
Why are you coming here looking like a snake? Move. They are doing some nefarious stuff. Hired some white. Yes, they hired a white law firm to basically oversee all of our decisions that we have that you're supposed to make in HR, all of the hiring and handbooks, faculty handbooks. What the heck are you doing? A scheme set up by Todd.
Now, Brother Jerome, who is Todd?
Yeah, who is Todd?
Who's Todd?
Tater Tot? I don't know. The Boom is going to that game. Oh, Mr. Ford, they said that the Boom is going to Tallahassee. Tallahassee don't know nothing about that.
For real? The Boom is going to Tallahassee?
Unlike Tally, we travel. Todd Burris. Mr.
Great,
Ford,
it's not that man name. Stop lying.
they're trying to be funny. They're trying to be funny.
Oh, okay.
It's from, have you ever seen The Real Housewives of Atlanta?
Yeah, Todd is the one that's married to the singer, right?
Yeah. So Candy's mom was just being random, and she's like, "It's a scheme set up by Todd." Yep, scheme set up by Todd.
Oh yeah,
Todd
that's
being
Candy
around
Burris'
DeSantis.
husband, right?
Yeah, they trying to be funny. Jerome, stop.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was Aunt Bertha who said that. Aunt Bertha, I think Aunt Bertha has dementia. Prayers for Aunt Bertha.
God have mercy.
Lord have mercy. Nobody wants to hear.
Hey, what's going on now?
Nothing much. Nothing much.
Now, how many people they gonna march in the Boom this year? It's gonna be well over 300.
Mr. Ford.
You tried it.
You
You
asking
being
the wrong
messy
man.
now.
You be asking how many people, how we're gonna be marching.
Yeah, how many? Y'all gonna be marching over 300, right?
You ain't heard this from me, but we might be pushing 400. But you ain't heard it from me.
I can hear.
But you didn't hear that from me, though. You
Y'all
didn't hear
got
that
it
from me.
going on. I tell you what, y'all would be the largest HBCU band, right? Are y'all already there?
How many pieces? Mr. Ford, how many pieces? Listen, Mr. Ford, we're going to have close to 400. And guess what? All of them are going to be enrolled students at that university. Unlike some people we know. Mr. Ford, did you hear about FAMU when they was using
You make you happy.
When they were doing what now?
They had folks that was in the band and they was not enrolled in school.
Oh yeah. I remember when that came out. Yeah, definitely.
Drop in the comments where them folks was from. Where was those folks from that was at all of the games, at all of the practices, and was not enrolled in their class at FAMU? They didn't even have FAMU had elementary children in the band. They had the local church members in the band. So the folks that's gonna be in our 350 plus band, they are gonna be enrolled members of the Jackson State Universities. We'll have more members than Howard and Hampton combined. What?
So they're gonna take 350 out to Vegas, huh?
We leave no one behind. No one gets left behind. Penitentiary members in the band. Yo, they was getting a hall pass to go to practice.
Oh wow.
Say it ain't so. Not penitentiary members in the band. Tallahassee Community College members.
Oh yeah.
Jerome, you got a story for us?
Man, let me tell you.
Oh, what's up, Jerome?
What's going on, black people? Hey, Mr. Ford, how you doing?
What's going on, man?
Yes, sir. Hey, Braxton. So let me tell y'all real quick. We played FAMU in 2003 for the 30th Circle City Classic in Indianapolis.
Right.
And the day of the game, there was like a parade that morning, and of course they had the boom blast. And so we were walking past FAMU's band to get to our spot. And I promise you, Mr. Ford, Simona, everybody in their band looked like they was 35. Like, you know, locks, walking past the
wow.
percussion section. And I knew then, like I was just a sophomore. I was like, something ain't right, bro. Like, I mean, we in the boom, we had people, you know, that looked of age. And, you know, we were 22, 23 at max, but I knew those jokers had to be like 38 years old. And when, you know, they had the findings, they did the audit and they found, you know, not only did they have people from like TCC and Florida State marching, but they just had random people off the street, you know, marching there. I was just like, I just thought back to that game in 03. I was like, I knew it, you know, because y'all seen a picture of what's the lady from Good Times, Florida Evans? It was like the whole band looked like Florida Evans, and but they had locks. Yeah, that's the road. There we go. And I just knew something was wrong, you know, a little off back then. So I'm glad they finally got caught.
Jerome,
What?
you know you wrote for that.
What I do?
Florida Evans, really?
Oh, they had retirees in the band.
Bro.
They was having good times. Is that what you saying? Is that what you saying?
Hey, but listen, hey, Mr. Ford, kudos to you. I know you had you guys are done with school. Was it like a really good, successful year, or?
Oh yeah, you know, what they say, reach one, teach one.
That's right.
I mean,
I just want to give a shout out to you.
But we had some people that, you know, did a lot of great things. It's just that sometimes we give too much attention to the knuckleheads instead of to the kids who are doing the correct things. But yeah, it was a successful year. Oh yeah.
Well, I just want to give a shout out to you and all the other educators in the chat. You guys are just amazing, you know, for what you guys do for our children. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we got it. You know, when coming in the new school year, a lot of the federal money has been cut, so it's going to be kind of different. You know, a lot of things that we've taken for granted for years are going to be gone because the federal money is being taken as we speak.
My goodness.
Yeah.
And Timona, I want to give you a shout out. Thank you for, you know, showing up the other night, having my back. I appreciate you.
Oh, of course, always. Congratulations to
Anytime
Jerome.
you in Charlotte, look, I got you for lunch or
Future
whatever it is.
Alumni Association president. I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out in the atmosphere. FAMU was sponsored by AARP.
Hey, Bro Jerome, do y'all have any interactions with Johnson C. Smith? Because I know that's the HBCU of Charlotte, right?
Oh, yes, sir. We got a great relationship. Queen City HBCUs has a great relationship with them. We host our annual HBCU cookout there every year.
On campus?
Phenomenal. Yes, sir. We got a phenomenal new president. She's been there about 2 years now. But she's been really, like, her whole focus is to bring back the pride of JCSU, like when she was there in the 90s. So she's done a great job. She has a real focus on increasing Black male enrollment at JCSU, STEM, et cetera. So she's really great.
What's the enrollment numbers at Johnson C. Smith?
It actually went up this year. There was a news article about that. I got to go back and find it though, but it's actually up.
Right.
She's investing in
that. I was wondering, would you think would A&T come down and play Johnson C. Smith in Charlotte, or would Central come down, or because they're Division II, they would have to go to A&T or have to go to Central? Would you? Because the reason I'm saying is because it looked like that would be a major draw to come to because Charlotte is the largest city in North Carolina. You bring in A&T to play Smith on Smith's campus. That would be a humongous crowd, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you know, Smith couldn't hold that. They would probably need to move that over there to Memorial Stadium. But you know, A&T, they don't typically like to schedule good D2 programs. And I say that because, you know, A&T is scheduled almost every HBCU, like D2 HBCU in North Carolina, twice over the last 20 years, except Fayetteville State. And as you know, Fayetteville State, they've probably been the most consistently quality program in the CIAA when they brought in Kenny Phillips back in '99.
Yeah.
So the last time A&T has played Fayetteville State was like '98. So they've been ducking that smoke. So I don't see them looking to schedule Johnson C. Smith since, you know, Smith got a good program now.
Right.
But it would be a good draw though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Even for Central, that would be a good draw on the campus because, you know, you're in the largest city. I know you got a sizable black population. That
You know,
would
if I
probably
was Central, I would do. I'm gonna say if I was Central, I would do like Jackson State and like Tennessee State. Like I would make Charlotte my HBCU classic city.
Yeah.
Now that A&T is out the MEAC, just go ahead and rope off the city of Charlotte. Get a, you know, rent out a stadium, get some, you know, promoters, and just rotate some heavy hitters like Alabama A&M or South Carolina State or Jackson or something, and they can just really do a great job with, you know, recruiting prospective students and band members. But if I was, you know, it's kind of like the old Gulf Coast Classic, how Alabama State made Mobile their home, their second home. If I was Central, I'd do the same thing to Charlotte.
So what about A&T and South Carolina State meeting in Charlotte?
You know, that used to be a huge game. It was called the Battle of the Borders through the '90s and the early 2000s. Then they moved the game to Atlanta, but it would definitely draw well. I know Central and A&T played here a couple years ago for Labor Day weekend. I think it had like 40,000 in attendance. But yeah, A&T and Central would definitely do numbers in Charlotte.
How far is Charlotte from Orangeburg?
It's about 2 hours, and from Charlotte to Greensboro, it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, that would be a nice meeting point.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm quite sure you got a lot of South Carolina State graduates in Charlotte, a lot of A&T graduates in Charlotte.
Me and Braxton saw South Carolina State grad earlier today at the baseball.
What they say?
They had a sad face when they saw Braxton's.
When they saw what is Jackson?
He said that it still hurts.
Oh yeah, that's
hurts.
typically the feedback. That's definitely the feedback. Anytime I run into any of them, I'm always wearing JSU apparel.
Yeah,
it still hurts.
Yeah, they said that we drug them up and down the field. We gave them a good old butt whooping.
Yeah,
and you know what? You know what, Timona? It's not even just the game they talk about. They talk about Jackson State's fan base, and they talk about our our pom poms, and they're like, "Do y'all get together and rehearse these chants?" And I'm like, "No, man, it's just tradition."
It's just in our blood. Yeah, tradition.
And don't even get me started with the boom too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, Bro Jerome, how many games will A&T win this year?
You know, he can definitely coach.
Gibbs.
Oh yeah,
I'll give him. Who's at Fort Valley? Yeah, we know him.
The thing is, it's going to be so tough for them being in the CIAA to really get over the hump. Because you see what Hampton looked like last year. They were kind of middle of the pack, but I think they had a losing record, maybe like 5-7 or something. So I think if A&T went back to the MEAC, they would definitely be, you know, maybe top 4 behind Norfolk and Central and South Carolina State. But the thing is, what he's going to have to do, very reminiscent to Coach Comedy, he's going to have to gut that program, man. And I say that because when you've been getting beat down for 4 or 5 years, you know, post-COVID, you really have to change the culture of the program and the mindset of the program. And you got to bring in some dogs, because I feel like the current A&T players, when they see that NCCU logo or they see that South Carolina State logo, it's like reverse psychology. It's like a mind game, you know. So he needs to bring in some folks who, you know, haven't played those programs and can come in and just play 4 quarters, you know, because A&T typically gives up.
Yeah. So with all that being said, 2 wins, 3 wins, 4 wins, 5 wins. Which one?
I'll give him 5 wins.
Who they? What 5 wins do you see on this schedule? Tennessee State.
Okay, they're definitely not beating Tennessee State and their new coach. Absolutely not.
Okay, UCF,
brand new team.
So let me backtrack. I haven't seen their schedule before, so this is my first time. They definitely lose to UCF. Hampton, I heard Hampton has a whole new, pretty much young team. I heard they lost a lot of players last year, so that can go either way. I don't see them beating Central. Maine, I'm not familiar with Maine. Was Maine good last year? I'll give it to A&T. William and Mary, absolutely not. South Carolina State, I think they could pull it out with South Carolina State.
Yeah.
Not Chennis Berry. Not
Chennis Berry.
I'm gonna tell y'all, and I think I said this on your show before, Timon, prior to the Celebration Bowl. Looking at Chennis Berry's teams, even when he was at Benedict, they do not make in-game adjustments. So if his staff can make adjustments, yeah, that's an easy win. Let me see. Campbell was they lost their coach, their brother, that brought their team down to our homecoming in 22.
Mike Mentor.
Yes, sir. So I don't think they're the same caliber Campbell team. So I'll maybe give that to A&T because I think Central beat Campbell last year.
Yeah, I think
Townsend went back and forth with Hampton last year. I think Hampton barely lost that game, maybe about 2 points. So that's a winnable game for A&T. It's in Greensboro.
In Greensboro too.
Yeah. And what is that? Stony Brook? I'm not familiar with them. Somebody, are they good?
They went to New York.
New York.
Are they in New York?
They went to the
New York. Yeah.
Okay.
Playoffs. I think they went to the SCS playoffs last year.
Okay, that's a loss. And then you got Monmouth and Elon.
Loss.
Yeah. So I'll give A&T about 2 wins. Yeah.
Okay, give them 2 wins.
Yeah.
We know they're not beating Central, right?
Oh yeah, they're definitely not beating Central. Nah.
They're not beating Central. I don't think they're gonna beat South Carolina State. And like I said, that's their homecoming. And by the way, let's see.
Chennis Berry
bringing in South Carolina State for their homecoming.
Dre says Coach Chennis Berry is is a Southern assistant coach.
He was on Southern staff. Okay.
He got that Southern.
Was he on staff with Odoms or
Odoms offensive coordinator?
Okay.
Yeah, he was known for turning out them offensive linemen. That was
I really don't see anybody beating Norfolk State. I just don't.
What I
So I really want to go check whenever Norfolk plays South Carolina State. I don't know what date that is, but it may be in Norfolk.
Yeah, it's Norfolk's homecoming.
Okay, I might go out there and check that out.
Yeah, it's Norfolk's homecoming. They're bringing in South Carolina State. That could be for the MEAC or for the Celebration Bowl.
Oh yeah. Does Norfolk play Central in Durham?
I'm thinking it's Norfolk versus Jackson State Celebration Bowl, baby.
Oh yeah.
What's your way too early rankings this week? Name your top 5, Mr. Ford, in HBCU football. Who you got?
All I know is Jackson State #1. I know that.
Missouri.
I know that. And let's see who else. My whole thing is I'm looking for big things out of Prairie View.
What you mean? What happened to #2? Who you got at #2? I know you ain't got Prairie View at #2.
Yeah, I think you mean for all the black collar SWAC. What are we talking?
We talking about all. We talking about MEAC and SWAC.
Okay. I'm looking. I'm still thinking that the 2 teams, Central and South Carolina State, are going to be tough. They got to be in your top 5. But I'm just really thinking that I think that
Prairie View
teams, they're going to take that West. They're going to take the West.
You know, Timona and Mr. Ford, my dark horse, I think a lot of people are sleeping on, is Reggie Barlow at Tennessee State. He's a proven winner. Like everywhere he goes, he wins. And I feel like he's assembled a solid staff. I think he's got enough.
Good staff.
Oh yeah, I think he's still got enough, talent left over from Eddie George, in addition to some guys he's brought in. I think I would put them in my top 5.
The only thing with Tennessee State right now is I heard everybody left. And that means he's got to rebuild that roster. I don't think he's going to be able to do it in 1 year.
But you think Fairview going to do it?
Yeah, right. I think Fairview's going to do it, baby.
Nah, I don't.
Yeah, man. The only thing that Fairview for me right now is who's going to be QB1. If it's the right person, they're going to roll. Now, I don't think they can beat Jackson. No, I'm not saying they're going to beat Jackson if they meet up in the SWAC championship. But all that other stuff out there, Alcorn and Southern and Texas Southern, they're going to whoop on that behind.
I'll bet you $5 Prairie View loses Southern.
Ooh.
Well, it's Southern's homecoming. Southern is bringing Prairie View into Baton Rouge for their homecoming. That's going to be a big thing.
Will Coach Graves be on the hot seat if he loses homecoming to Prairie View?
Are you kidding me? That's Southern. Yeah. Yeah, because I still think the thing that's going to sneak up on him is the fact that he refuses to go get a real offense coordinator. You know, I told you that. And listen, them people down there at Southern, they'll smile in your face, but they got you on the clock too. And they'll pay you, but they'll have you on the clock.
Mr. Ford, Grambling, them Grambling folks, they over here talking about everyone's won a natty except Hugh, and now Mickey is on deck. Mickey, here, he already on the deck.
Let me tell you, I looked at it was the C.D. Henry, the Sadie McGee, and then it was the Commissioner's Trophy. We didn't look good in no category. Okay, the C.D. Henry is the men's trophy, right?
Yeah.
We didn't look good in there. Sadie McGee is the women's trophy. I don't think we look good in there. Then the two put together, we didn't look good. So we got some issues. And when you got it starts at the top. It starts at the top.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a great day to be a Tiger, but they are wanting heads to roll, Mr. Ford. And I thought that the AD did a good job of hiring. First of all, I felt Hugh Jackson deserved another year, but okay, you bring in Mickey Joseph. You already want him to win a championship. Not everybody can be like TC. TC put so much pressure on these other coaches, winning the HBCU National Championship in 2 years. Post Deion Sanders, post 90 players going to the transfer portal. And it's like, you guys don't have the same setup at Jackson. And that's not a diss, but Mr. Ford, you pointed it out eloquently, which is you need to have a certain level of support from your president and your AD. Everybody has to be all on one accord. They poured Gatorade on Mickey for beating Jackson State, and now they want to give him the chopping block.
Well, I think the first one that they really after is the AD down there. What's his name, Scott?
I think he made a really good hire with
the basketball coach.
The basketball coach. That was a slam dunk.
I thought that was too. I thought that was good.
In terms of NIL, like, I don't know the semantics for what the AD should be doing, but I will say this, that outside of the AD and whatever fundraising that he does, we have alumni who are doing the fundraising on their own.
Pull up the commissioner's trophy, the list.
The commissioner's cup.
Yeah, to see where was Grambling. Because I think we were below 6, and that means we were very low.
So here's the thing, Mr. Ford. You know, when it comes to these teams that are ranked pretty high in that Commissioner's Cup and typically have a competitive athletic department, I notice a trend. Those teams typically have pretty solid facilities, you know, whether it's football, basketball, you know, et cetera. So that might be something Grambling needs to look at to attract, you know, solid athletes and solid coaches. What do you think about that? I haven't seen Grambling's campus.
Now, one of the things that these people got in common too is that all these people spend nice amount of money. Let's see, see where we are. It's 12 teams for the commissioner's trophy, and we came in number 10. That's not Grambling. That's ridiculous. Now, like you said, now if you look at these first, okay, Alabama State spends about 12 million. Jackson State spends about 10. Southern spends 18. Florida A&M spends about 10. Texas Southern is about 12. Prairie View is 19. So the thing that I'm saying is that these people got a financial commitment to athletics.
Yeah.
All these people spending money. So if Southern is spending 18, they should be higher. And if Prairie View is spending 19 million, they shouldn't be at number 6.
Yeah. Is it the student athletic fees, Timona and Mr. Ford, over there at Grambling that, you know, is
I think they're better tied in with the Louisiana school system and stuff. I know that. Gray said they over there wasting money.
And then look at us as far as the Sadie
Well,
McGee. Where did we come in at this with the Sadie McGee?
Y'all are low, Mr. Ford. Y'all are low.
You know, we okay, let's see.
9. Y'all came in 9th.
That's pathetic. That's not Grambling. All right, what about the C.D. Henry?
11th. Right behind that, right. Valley is the only one that
somebody head needs to roll.
Head needs to roll.
Yeah, somebody head needs to roll. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's not Grambling.
Coach Graves commands the unequivocal support of Southern University, bolstered by his demonstrable success and pragmatic advancement during the 2024 season.
Okay, let me tell you something, Mr. Arsenault. When he stagnates, and when that boy come in there from Prairie View and stomp him, and then Jackson get on his behind early, let me see what you're going to be saying then. The fact that he ain't going to be able to generate no offense, okay. Okay, we're going to see all of that now. About what he commands is unequivocal, and what else you said right there? He boasted, and okay, them some nice words, but I'm going to tell you something, that program going to stagnate, and them people in Baton Rouge ain't going to stand for it. I done told y'all that. Listen, them people in Baton Rouge are not dumb fans. They don't just go to show off their clothes. They know the game. He don't have no offensive coordinator. You'll see, Miss Arsenault. You'll see what I'm talking about. I done told y'all, with what Terrence is doing, yeah, you can beat Pine Bluff. You can beat Grambling right now. You might can beat Alcorn, but you ain't going to beat the big boys. You ain't going to beat Jackson. You ain't going to beat Florida A&M. Okay? You might struggle with Alabama State. Do they play Alabama State this year? I don't think they play Alabama.
Let me pull it up.
I don't think they play Alabama State. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can skip around and beat Pine Bluff and all of that because you don't have an offense coordinator. You don't have it because you went and got your homeboy. And then listen.
They do play Alabama State in Mumford. They play them in Mumford.
Okay.
They play North Carolina Central in the MEAC SWAC Challenge. That's going to be a good matchup.
You better be Central. He better be Central.
Mrs. Arsenault said your critique is noted, but Coach Graves' results speak clearly. His leadership led to a division title and program stability.
Because the West was so weak, Miss Arsenault. That's why. The West was weak. It was
I don't know,
water.
Mr. Ford. FAMU did lose to Valley.
Listen,
I think Southern can give them a run for their money this year.
give who?
FAMU.
Nah,
FAMU.
nah. We'll see. We'll see.
Hey, let me ask y'all, doesn't Grambling play Langston in some classic this year? If I'm not mistaken, I think it's isn't it like in Freeport or something?
I mean, they know when to have some time off. They took a week off right before Jackson State. They already know what's up.
They playing the #1 HBCU football team in the country. That was smart.
They took a week off. They took a week on before and a week off. They got 2 bye weeks. A bye week before Jackson State and a bye week to recover. They ain't playing.
That was smart. That was smart because they got to get ready. Because if not, Jackson gonna stomp us in Vegas.
Oh no, we're definitely gonna stomp you in Vegas, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was smart that they get to their bye week before Jackson.
Jackson State, we got our bye weeks towards the beginning of the season, and then we don't have no break. All gas, no break. It's real. It's not. It's ours is on the back end. Like all of our big games are on the back end. Now, Sudden, we want you to beat FAMU this year. Y'all gotta go ahead and beat them this year.
It ain't happening. It ain't happening. You ain't beating FAMU without no defense. Without an offense coordinator. You're not beating them.
Mr. Ford, they lost to Valley. Come on now.
And
Prairie View. They lost to Valley and Prairie View when both of the programs were down.
25. They have revamped. They have revamped. I'm telling you, they revamped, and they know the situation.
Ladarius, leave Mama Arsenault alone.
Yeah, you know what? I love your passion, Miss Arsenault. Let me just tell you something. Let me tell you this.
She said Southern. Basically, what she's saying is Southern has the full
Southern spends $18 million on sports, but let me tell you something. That was a terrible move to make Mark Fredericks the offense coordinator. And those people down there in Baton Rouge who know football, and there's a lot of them down there who know football, they know that it was wrong. And they're going to play along with it. But I'm going to tell you, it's going to creep up on him, and it's going to cause him some problems. Because let me tell you something. You're not winning no big football game in the SWAC with no Mark Fredericks as your offense coordinator. It's not happening. And I'm going to say it again. The reason they won the West last year was because it was weak as Sweetwater.
Weak as what water? Sweetwater.
Oh, there you go.
So we're off before 7-2. I'm telling you, our we don't have no break. It's just straight, all the way through. No time to patch.
Simona, doesn't FAMU play Central as well?
Yeah, I think they can tell answer.
Who y'all got now?
FAMU.
You don't think they're gonna be really?
Yeah, I got it's that Bragg, right?
Yeah, that's a Bragg.
Yeah,
I'm biased. I'm biased when it comes to Central.
I'm going with FAM.
I'm gonna pick Little League to beat Central. Yeah, Mrs. Arsenault says she can't let Mr. Ford talk about my Jags. We bleed blue and yellow to the core down here in Louisiana. You love you dearly, Mr. Ford, but she cannot allow it tonight.
I'm with them Jag, but I'm telling you, he just made a mistake, and he's trying to make a mistake work. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. He listen. This is not the old SWAC. You're not going to win big games in the SWAC and you don't have an offense coordinator. It's not happening.
But don't they have the quarterback coach? He left. He went to what? Where'd he go?
It's that Fort Valley. You're talking about he should have been the offense coordinator. You're talking about Willie Totten. But listen, if not Totten, how about McNair? If McNair would have been a better choice. But
I mean, McNair's still on there.
he knows is 3 yards and a cloud of dust. That's all he knows.
Who?
Mark Fredericks.
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
That's all he knows because he was a running back.
Okay, but they got Fred McNair on there, so you never know. They can switch up. Like that's one thing that I love about Jackson State team. You don't know who doing what, when, where, and what. Rip Kirk is our quarterback coach. He was calling some of them plays, and then Coach TC said, "If I'm gonna lose, it's gonna be on me. I'm calling the plays. I'm calling them."
And he did a good job. He did a good job.
He said that it's exhausting and tiresome, but he said he gonna call the plays. If it's gonna be, if we gonna win or we gonna lose, it's gonna win, and we ain't losing. Not in the SWAC. He says it's gonna be on me. So I'm excited because, you know, getting comfortable after getting out those jitters and stuff like that, and then you don't want it all. You already know what the progression is, how it needs to look. And then all he did was he elevated folks that were already in the system and already in the program, so they know what to do.
Well, like I said, as long as Mark is the offense coordinator, Southern's going to underachieve. And I know that's going to hurt a lot of people. Like I said, they should be winning in every sport. They're spending $18 million.
Okay, so wait, they are winning. They won. Southern won women's basketball. And
Marcus does a great job. I've never had a problem with him. I don't even have a problem with the men's basketball program. Isn't his name Coach John? What's his name? Coach Johnson? What's
yeah.
Listen, they won the regular season championship. I ain't got no
so
problem.
they did good in that sense.
One thing they do need to get straightened out is they do need to make a change in that baseball program. It's ridiculous how bad Southern baseball is. Because when I was at Grambling, they baseball. Let's see, Coach Kadar and them probably had to. It was Coach Kadar, Coach Ellis, Coach Brady. They were the top 3 baseball programs. Southern's program is ridiculous. That baseball.
They gotta go to Florida. They gotta go to Florida and get some of them.
They need a head coach.
Oh.
They need a head coach. That's what they need. They need a head coach. I'm tired of them talking about that Southern baseball program. They need to make a change.
Dre said we're not gonna talk about baseball because Jackson State was looking at our baseball team with the side eye this year. What y'all think about baseball? Jerome, what did you think about our baseball team this year?
I think they won 31 games. One thing I can say about Coach Omar, I think he came to JSU like in 2005 or 4. Every season he's been here, we've won at least 20 games. But I don't know if it's the caliber of players that he's recruiting. I know, of course, Cookman and Fam, that's the elephant in the room. You know, I'm all about tough conversations. I'm just looking at the rosters. I know Omar, that used to be his bread and butter. I don't know. Maybe he needs to get better coaching staff, but he tends to, I don't want to say choke, but there's room for improvement in postseason. I'll definitely say that.
Ooh, Dre said we're gonna hire Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh, that'll be dope. Hey, I'm off for a switch up. Hey, let's go. But because like, who wouldn't want to play for, Ken Griffey Jr. and especially a lot of black boys that are into baseball and they're really good. They would definitely want to play for him. That'd be dope.
Oh yeah.
Not us getting another celebrity hire.
Hey, whatever it take to win, let's go. And I'll say this: I would love to see JSU win with a majority Black American team, and that'll be something that Ken Griffey could do.
Well, I will say this: the Minority Prospects HBCU game that I went to today, It was a whole bunch of young black men there. It was
That's what's
mostly
up.
black men. It was
Wait, was it
mostly
well
black.
attended?
I felt like the attendance could have been a little bit better.
Okay.
Maybe
Did you?
just getting the word out a little bit better.
Yeah. Did you get an opportunity to connect with the 3 JSU guys?
No, they were already
Okay.
on the field, and but we did see them play. And then I had Braxton. He wanted to play on the playground at the place. So I was all over the place, but it was the venue was absolutely amazing. I don't know if you've
Okay.
ever been to one of those atrium ballparks, but they are really, really nice. We
yeah.
have one up here. I think they have one in Charlotte, but they are really, really state of the art, very, very nice. I
Is that in
love
Kannapolis?
that venue. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that it should have been, and you know what? Maybe I just wasn't looped into the different channels that pushed the minority prospects, but they literally had young men from all over, and I felt like it could have been represented better. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think the eyes would have been better on it if it were at the stadium in downtown Charlotte? What is that, Truist Stadium, where the Knights play?
No, there's like the largest crowd that they had, or that I could tell based off of cheering, was North Carolina A&T.
Okay.
Yeah, they had some.
How did their baseball program do this year?
Huh?
How did A&T's baseball program do? Did they ever win in season?
I want to say they did good.
Yeah, they normally keep a solid baseball program.
What was their record?
Let's see.
And then what was their conference record?
You be asking the questions. Oh no, it was bad, Mr. Ford. It was very bad. They were 15-37 overall.
Oh wow.
And what were they in the conference?
9-8 in conference.
Okay.
Wow. They must have played like a lot of ACC schools or something. Man.
They was losing to UNCG.
Not UNCG.
They lost. They lost to Winthrop University.
That's Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Oh. They need to come on back home.
Yeah. They're aliens.
Right.
They'll never be accepted.
Oh, wait. Never be accepted. Wait a minute.
Everybody's homecoming in football.
Oh, Lord. Not everybody's homecoming.
He'll say that word. He'll say, but we're going to be competitive.
Damn. Alabama A&M. Alabama A&M was 10-40. They won 10 games this year. They were 2-27. Mr. Ford, they won 2 games in conference. And I bet you, did Valley beat them? Who did they beat?
Hey, I'm going to tell you tomorrow.
That AD's name is Brian, and I'm surprised he putting up.
Valley beat them. Who? Valley beat them. Alabama A&M baseball was 2-20.
Alabama A&M spends $12 million on sports. That's ridiculous.
I'm going to tell you, Mr. Ford,
you got an outstanding AD. His name is Brian, isn't it?
Well, Brian, what happened? Well, maybe.
Coach.
Hey, look. So there's a young brother out of Charlotte. He was an all-SWAC baseball player at Jackson State. His name is Lamar Briggs, and since he graduated, I want to say in 2021, he plays semi-pro baseball, but he also coaches baseball here in Charlotte. He would be a great coach at A&M. So if anybody can, maybe get that to 80.
This is not the coaching replacement show, FYI. These are just hypotheticals. But 227 is diabolical. 2 games. You won.
Paul Bryant. What's his name? Paul Bryant.
Yeah, he's got a podcast too, Mr. Ford.
You said they 2 and what?
2-27 in the
Yeah,
SWAC.
that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that he's going to go with that. Don't let somebody do 2 and 27, and you spending $12 million on sports.
They needed to turn in their papers immediately. That is egregious.
Make a change, like to do like what I'm telling Southern to do. Make a change.
Mr. Ford, what games you going to this year?
I was just telling. I want to see the FAMU
Braxton.
Alabama State game. I want to see Southern. That's here in Atlanta. Southern is playing North Carolina Central. I want to see that one. I want to go to that game. I don't think I'll be able to make the Jackson FAM, but I really want to see FAM's homecoming. You know, they hosting Alcorn. I would like to see that game.
Right, because you said that Alcorn knows what they need to do to beat Jackson State. So now the question is, did they go and get those players?
Recruiting around competing against Jackson, and he said that the kids that was in his program that could not compete against the Jackson State players, he was going to have to make the hard decision, which was they got to go. Because he said what the metrics showed them at the end of the season was they were 27 pounds too light at every position against Jackson, and they were 3 inches too short.
Mr. Ford and Timona, have y'all heard that rumor that FAMU was playing Valley in Atlanta?
No, I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook. And
now, what
Valley
is that? Is that in November, October? When is it?
I believe it's in October. But I know that's supposed to be Valley's home game.
For real?
Yeah, because they play, of course, last year in Tallahassee. But
yeah.
I wouldn't want to give up I don't know. It could be, if it's true.
You know that FAMU does not travel, but
they really don't.
That's not fair for the folks in Valley, though.
Right, to give up a home game like that.
So they might play in Atlanta. Would they? What would be the venue? Would it be the Dome or where?
That wasn't stated. I just saw that.
I thought that the SWAC had like some type of thing in the contract that said no other games here.
Well, 30 days or something.
30 days before
they said a high school. They said they're gonna play at a high school.
They're gonna play where?
At a high school.
But I'm gonna tell you though, like I guess outside of them giving up a game, a home game, exposing Valley brand to the Atlanta market, that could be good for them when it comes to recruiting and stuff like that. But I still wouldn't give up my home game for that.
Well, I can tell you this: if it's FAMU, it'll draw a crowd in Atlanta.
We are not worried about it being FAMU because this is not FAMU's home game. That's not fair.
Well, they still draw a crowd because that A&M crowd is. Listen, sometimes this can be second Tallahassee right here. They'll draw a crowd here. I just would like to know what's the venue.
Yeah, I think the options are slim.
I mean, would they go to Georgia Tech? Would they go to Georgia State? Would they go to the Mercedes-Benz Dome? Where would they?
Kannapolis Park is a really, really nice stadium. The one that they have for the MEAC SWAC Challenge. It's so nice.
Georgia State. That's Georgia State.
Oh yeah, that's a very, very nice stadium.
Oh yeah.
The folks said that's a good move for Valley. Okay.
Okay.
You bought less than 300 people to Jackson, Mr. Ford, and that's including the players.
Well,
all that talking about what FAMU was going to
do. If it's coming to Atlanta, it'll be more than 300.
What FAMU was going to do and what they this, that, and the third. I had to show up for that ass whooping. I had to see that live and direct.
And the other thing was that game should have been played at night. They moved that game, I think, for television. So that was a day game. That game should have been played at night.
At night? in the morning,
And at
in
least
the
a 6
afternoon.
or 7 o'clock start.
Jackson State by 100.
Right.
We'll see. So, bro, Jerome, when are they say they're gonna finalize that? When is it gonna be finalized?
I'm gonna go back to that post just to see if there's any if it's legitimate. Because when I saw the post, I went to the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, like that old page. What was it? The Atlanta Football Classic.
Yeah,
You know, they haven't posted since 2020,
right.
and they haven't had an actual game since I think 2014. So I
Yeah,
don't
the
know
last
if
one
that.
was South Carolina State and A&T, I think.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if there's like a promoter or like a third party, you know, to front the bill.
Don't nobody want to book Jackson State because we require a certain standard. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Ford? They don't want to book us because we require a certain type of standard. The promoters aren't used to like us folks having standards. It's like they want us to just take anything.
Right.
Well, that was the guy in Memphis, right?
That's just period.
Chicago.
Like when we was trying to get in where was we trying to get? Chicago, and they pulled out on what we asked, and so they just say, okay, we're gonna get these people instead and see how it goes. Like, why would you do that?
And I'm gonna say this, Timon and Mr. Ford. You know, I think next year, of course, we play Hampton in Hampton. And Mr. Ford, you seen that stadium before?
Yeah,
I think
I'm sure. Yeah,
I think it seats about 12,000.
yeah.
They may need to move that game. I don't know.
It should go to the Meadowlands. It should go to New York
or DC. You know.
Yeah, I prefer the Meadowlands. Take it to New York.
Prefer the what lands?
It's called MetLife Stadium. It's called the Meadowlands.
Is that New Jersey?
Yeah, that's where the Jets and the Giants play.
Okay. Was that East Rutherford?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if we got to play in Hampton, we're gonna take that little stadium over, man. I don't even know the bones.
It's only 12,000. It's only 12,000. Right. What are we gonna do? You know what? I was told that the logistics for getting there is kind of difficult.
Right.
We want to go. They said that they maybe bring it to Baltimore, maybe.
Yeah, Baltimore or DC.
Yeah. Or DC.
But you know what? I would rather replace Hampton and play Norfolk State at their house next year.
Let's let's definitely get Norfolk on the go ahead and get Norfolk on there. We need that matchup. If they can't make it to the Celebration Bowl this year, we need that matchup. I think that would be a great matchup.
They got a 30,000 seat stadium too, so that'll work.
Yeah, they do. They have a 30,000 seat stadium. Oh yeah, that would be a big.
They got a nice little fan base, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, they came down there last year for that FAMU game. That was MEAC SWAC challenge. They brought a nice crowd.
You said that Howard didn't bring nobody, so I wonder why FAMU decided to book Howard for Orange Blossom. You said they didn't bring nobody but the president of the United States.
100 people, including the vice president of the United States at the time.
So why did they book them in Miami? Like, what sense did that make?
Right. That don't make no sense, Mr. Ford. You said they didn't bring nobody and they bought a 30-piece band and they decided to book them for the Orange Blossom Classic?
Who knows? I think the most important thing was to get FAMU back in that Orange Blossom Classic. Because I was thinking, like, why would you call it the Orange Blossom Classic and you got Central and Alabama State in there? I didn't understand.
No, I think what happened is that, what she was trying to do, the AD was trying to show them that their worth in terms of, like, FAMU showing their worth.
In Dr. Kanisha on here, ask her how many people they got in the band for next year.
They bought 100 people in Secret Service and a 30-piece band.
A middle school band.
FAMU only travels to Atlanta. They had the choir band. They said FAMU only travels to Atlanta. I don't know. Miami is expensive. I went. How many years did I go? 2.
It is.
It is so expensive.
You know, Vegas is way more affordable than Miami, man.
Absolutely. While folks is over here talking, you could definitely get a nice casino hotel for $85 to $100 a night, not including the resort fees. They got resort fees, but you can get a nice hotel right there on the strip. It's affordable. You can drink for free.
It's gonna be 4 o'clock. I think the game time is 4 o'clock. It's gonna be so hot.
You think so? In October?
No, and I'm talking about the Howard FAMU game. That's Labor Day weekend, I think.
I don't know why they did that. These people, I guess, like the ESPNs of the world, they just pick whatever time. It's like in Miami.
Well, that whole thing is that prime time at night. They want a Power 4 playing.
The way North Carolina Central put belt to ass on JSU in 2022, I would be biased too. That's not why I'm biased. Everybody knows that North Carolina Central lost or Jackson State lost to North Carolina Central because of the prime antics. That's not why I'm biased towards North Carolina Central. I'm biased because North Carolina Central fans be thinking that their team is way better than what they really are.
Right.
That's why. And because they're experts. That's why.
Did South Carolina State put them paws on Central last year?
And did. Sent them experts packing.
And then didn't they get beat up after the game too on TV?
Wait, who got beat up?
Minute Maid.
They had a big fight after the game. They got beat up. How you lose the game and the fight? You don't remember that? It was like a big brawl.
I don't know nothing about somebody getting beat up.
Sips wine.
Listen, this is my they have so many think pieces, right? But if South Carolina beat North Carolina Central in a very close game, and then Jackson State come and beat the brakes off of South Carolina State, where do you think that North Carolina Central on the totem pole of how good they were? What do you think would have happened, Mr. Thornton, if it was Jackson State versus North Carolina Central? The world may never know because
the Blue says that's going to be this year's Celebration Bowl. That's his
prediction. Got North Carolina Central. I mean, Walker, Texas Ranger. Walker Harris is a stud. I covered him for a little bit when we had our little quarterback club. I was definitely looking, and I was like, okay, they got something in Walker Harris.
Well, that's who he's picking. That he's saying the 25 Celebration Bowl will be Jackson State and North Carolina Central.
I want to see Norfolk.
You might, because they putting some stuff up. They're putting some things together.
See, this is the thing with folks. There's some folks who just gonna talk regardless. They ain't won nothing. They over there wasting grass. They win something first in your division, then come back and see us. Win something. In the words of Max, go win something, and then you come back and play us. You can't play us unless you won something.
That was that was Magic Johnson's words to the Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards.
Ooh, what did he say to him? Ooh, he was talking mess to him?
Yeah, Anthony Edwards said that nobody in the old days was good but Michael Jordan.
Oh, he did not say that.
He did say that too. He said nobody in the past could play but Michael Jordan. So
Listen,
not Bird, but Magic said he ain't talking to him till he win a championship.
well, I've been talking mess, but my team luckily backed it up this past year. The first year that TC was head coach, oh my God, I was talking so much stuff. I had to be quiet after we lost a couple of games. As last year, I was talking a little bit of mess, but I have never seen this many people go like overboard with it, and they haven't even snapped a football yet. Great bulletin board material, Mr. Ford.
Oh yeah.
So I'm ready for it. You was over there talking about the mailman, and you better win. What'd you say? You better beat him this year.
Because Cheddar's trying to take over.
Yeah, Chennis Berry's gonna take over college football.
What he said, win the day, ain't it?
In the day, what happened, Mr. Ford?
Day.
What happened?
He didn't win that day.
Don't have.
Yeah. He didn't win that day, baby.
He did not win that day.
Win that one, baby.
You said they went into the locker room and said, "Okay, we're gonna adjust. We got it this time."
Yeah,
you know,
so they were gonna make the adjustments, baby. Jackson came back and took that belt off again. Took that belt off again.
Took him behind the woodshed.
Yes, they did.
You know, it was so. You know, I watched that YouTube clip about once a week, Celebration Bowl, and every time the camera panned over to him, he was chewing that gum hard. Like it was unnatural. He was like chewing on cud like a cow, and you could tell he was embarrassed. You know,
the mailman's still en route. He ain't even made it yet.
They kept replaying that same clip, talking about it's wartime, and I was like, man, this is embarrassing for him. Chewing on that gum. Mr. Ford.
What you said, what's wrong?
You think he's going to reload this year? Because I just don't see it. Like, I don't see him.
My thing is, they got to knock him off the throne. He's the defending MEAC champion. They got to knock him off the throne. He's got to go to Durham to play Central. He has to go to Norfolk for Norfolk's homecoming to play the Spartans. So we're going to find out because I'll tell everybody, the best teams play their best on the road.
But you know what's interesting, Mr. Ford and Timona? Nobody is talking about the brother over there at Delaware State.
That's Jackson,
mm-hmm.
the wide receiver. Yeah.
Is he putting together a squad? Or?
Yeah, he's bringing in some young kids. Yeah, he's bringing in some people now.
I did not ignore your.
He has Clinton Portis with him as his. I think it's his running back coach or something.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Norfolk gonna be South Carolina State. I don't know. I got Norfolk winning. I mean,
yeah.
Coach Vic ain't playing games. He came in, put his head down, and got to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
That brother over there at Delaware State.
I didn't mean it like that. I really didn't. I just forgot his name.
Jerome, that's just Dre being messy. Don't mind him.
Look, Dre don't miss nothing, man. I promise you don't.
He's wrong for that.
But Timona and Jay and Mr. Ford, they're looking to try to get that game with Norfolk and Philly at the Eagles Stadium.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Yeah, I did too.
No, they said that they asked it. Did we watch that spring game? It was pretty pathetic.
Now, whose spring game was
that? Delaware State.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it.
I know they started taking our trying to take our like kids that enter the transfer portal, and then you even had some folks claiming that they had got an offer from Jackson State, and we didn't know that young man. We did not know him.
Are you serious?
Went over there and lied to them coaches. Dre said Philly. Y'all want to take Jackson niggas to Philly, so y'all don't value Black lives? Is Dion a good coach, y'all? I think he's a good motivational speaker. I think that's
he's a good coach.
Get down. Get down. Down.
Why you look at him like that, Timona?
You get.
Now, Mr. Ford, speaking of Dion, I know you're there in Atlanta. You might be more familiar with Georgia Tech than me. But do you think that's going to be a close game when they play? I think they kick off with Georgia Tech, right?
I think Tech gonna kick they behind.
I think so too.
Yeah, Tech gonna kick they behind.
After what is it, BYU? After what they did, that bowl game.
Now,
Yeah,
you talking about belt though, you know what?
right.
That was ugly. I watched that with my family. And let me tell you, all my aunts, they love prime time.
Oh, Lord.
They love him, Mr. Ford.
They love him. They love him.
Mr. Ford was so bad. I was hoping he put JSU in for the second half because it was just that bad, man.
Oh man, them Mormons put it on them, bro.
Right.
The Mormons, baby. The Mormons put it on him from the opening kickoff to the end of the game.
Lord, because he be talking too much smack. It's
Oh,
the same way. The same way they're gonna do some of these SWAC schools and these MEAC schools when these coaches over here running their mouth.
Yeah, it was in the Alamo Dome.
Prime's luggage ain't Louis. It's more of An1 and K Swiss.
Can I tell you what? We're gonna see what he gonna do without Travis Hunter and
Shador
and them. Yeah, we're gonna see this year. So Daddy ball over.
Daddy ball is over. Can you really coach?
Yeah, Daddy ball is over.
I don't think he anticipated being here in 25. I felt like he would have probably gotten another offer, maybe like NFL or something. I don't think he anticipated being in Colorado this year. So, to your point, it'll be really interesting to see how things shake up.
I hope they got him an offensive line.
Right. He's got a quarterback,
That's
right?
his problem out there at Colorado. He can't attract the big time offensive and defensive linemen. He's been able to get the skill, the wide receivers, the running backs, DBs, and all that, but he hasn't been able to attract the interior people.
That's because he don't treat them with the same level of respect.
Well, he really doesn't want to recruit high school kids. He wants transfer portal kids. He wants to go in the portal and pull them kids out. He doesn't want to. He don't want the high school kid.
So, do you think that recruiting, or excuse me, bringing 40 and 50 players out of the transfer portal, do you feel like that is the way that you should recruit, or is there, isn't there a way, a mechanism? Because just pulling 50 players out the portal is not going to work. Even if they're quality players, they still have to mesh well. And I think, one of the problems that some folks are facing is they pull kids out of the portal because they were a 3-star out of high school, but they're not taking into account all of the other things as to why they could and might be in the portal in the first place.
Well, he said when he was at Jackson, he wanted 40% portal, 40% junior college, and 20% high school. That was what he said at Jackson. And I think he's still using that today.
I know that our player Rob McDaniel was at Jackson State first, right? And then Deion Sanders didn't want to keep him, right? And now you see Rob McDaniel, he is signed to the Washington Commanders, NFL talent. What's that wide receiver? Dalen Baldwin, another player that Deion, was kind of dismissive of. NFL talent. So I don't think that it's like you know, he's not always right in terms of
Oh,
who
he
his NFL
listen. He was a novice. He was practicing. He was very inexperienced as a head coach. What he did to the SWAC, he overwhelmed the SWAC with his celebrity. He was able to attract some top-notch kids. But as a head coach, he was very inexperienced. The guy who proved that was Buddy Pugh. Buddy caught his behind in that during they disrespected Buddy and that South Carolina State program. And what did he do for him?
Martez Graham said he just got the #1 quarterback out of high school because he damn sure not gonna pay. Of course, he's gonna go get the #1 quarterback in high school. Do you think that he's gonna be able to afford a quarterback out of the transfer portal? The quality quarterbacks that are coming out the transfer portal, they looking for money. You can't use that. Come play for our people. And
Boulder.
you can't use that.
He said that Deion got the #1 quarterback.
Yeah, but I wasn't even concerned about the quarterback. I'm concerned about the offensive line.
I'm saying, is that the kid from Carrollton supposed to be the #1? Who is this kid?
What's up, Spider-Man?
What's that?
I don't think he
What's
was.
the kid think that's the #1 quarterback?
What's his name? Martez Graham. I didn't even know that I had DDRs that still watch my program. I feel so like, you know, all the Jackson State players are gone, but
You know
I
they
still
always
have.
lurking. You know that.
What?
Simona, how's Mulligan doing? Mr. Mulligan.
I haven't seen anything. He had his mini rookie camp, but like I said, there are a lot of people that are they're getting picked up. So for instance, Philip Webb just was signed on the 17th of May, like 2 weeks ago. So right after the conclusion of minicamp, he was signed and he went to Canada. So, you know, there's still room available for him to do that. Juju Lewis, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, that's the kid. So
I'm not worried about him having a quality quarterback. That's not the problem. He doesn't have an offensive line. That's the problem.
I don't think they're gonna have a winning season. I don't
think he had the same problem.
Five-star quarterback. When did I say anything about quarterback? I literally said no one is talking about quarterback. We're talking about the offensive line.
Yeah, I think not. We don't see. I'll see. I really don't think we are.
I'm gonna be watching the Cleveland Browns. That's what I'm gonna be watching.
Hey, Timona, we're the whole HBCU community. We're going to that game, that preseason game.
The Carolina Panthers versus the Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll send it to you.
Okay, good, because that game right there, that's gonna be my birthday present. Because Braxton's school starts the week of my birthday, so I'm not gonna be able to go anywhere unless I go before or after. So that's gonna be my birthday present right there. Yeah. Carolina Panthers, Brown, and then just pray that they put Shador in. Yeah, and we showed the scoop and score, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the CFL. So they'll win 9+ games. In what world? All right. Yeah, the thing about recruits is not all of them pan out, and that is so true. Like, I just am so grateful that Jackson State has figured out that formula. It's not necessarily a secret, right? They hone in on homegrown recruits.
There you go.
They got quality coaches. They hire within and upgrade. So if you were, I want to say some of the assistants and stuff, they become coaches. He elevates within his program, and he uses, I see him using the transfer portal less and less. Now it's plug and play, right? There's not going to be that many roster spots available when you're the championship team. TC elevated the SWAC as long as TC and the SWAC don't see Cozy ever beating him. I know that's right. TC ain't. Well, I don't want to talk too much stuff, but what I will say is this: that in terms of get back games, you know, TC's undefeated.
You saw what he did to Buddy Pugh.
Oh my God! Why did he whoop him up on him like that? Good Lord! We actually wouldn't have scored at all if they didn't put. I think at that point they put in the walk-ons in there. Buddy retired after TC put the belt down. Yeah, when I saw that person today and Braxton had his Jackson State chain on, he looked at him and he instantly started frowning up. He said, "Oh, y'all beat us in the Celebration Bowl." I said, "Oh, okay. How are you feeling about that?" He said, I'm still sad about it." I said, "Dang, we about to have a whole new season. You still frowned up about that?" So the only person that we have to get back this year, well, there's a couple. Hampton
and Tuskegee.
I can't believe. Ooh, we gonna beat the brakes off of Tuskegee. We are
Mother
drag
Tuskegee.
them up and down the field 100 times.
We ain't forgot.
They embarrassed us so bad. When was that? In 2017?
I think it was 2018 or 19.
Oh my gosh, Tuskegee whooped up on Jackson State.
Man, get Grambling back too.
Oh yeah, definitely getting back Grambling. So that's definitely the two get back games is three. Hampton, because we're 0-3 versus them. Mother Tuskegee, baby, we're gonna turn you into somebody's grandmama. The grandma, the baby. The grandma, the baby. Jerome, you are wrong as hell for saying it was a team set up by Todd.
Before said, who was Todd? Is that game televised? Is that Tuskegee game televised?
Let me see. All of our games are televised. I mean, I want to say that's a classic. I think HBCU Go might pick it up.
Yeah, I know Tuskegee has an alumni chapter here in Charlotte, so I might want to link up with them and watch it.
Ooh, that would be a great one. I want to do joint watch parties because I think it makes for more,
Let me tell you, we did.
It says they're coming to Jackson State for the WC Gordon Classic.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to get a petition going. Bring back the red. I know Drake
was the WC Gordon Classic.
Bring back the red. Dre, we bringing back the red.
Tamona?
Yes.
I thought Hampton was the WC Gordon Classic.
No, Hampton is the first game of the season. The WC Gordon Classic is like the third game of the season. We got Hampton to open it up, and then Southern Miss, and then we got Tuskegee. Then we got Baton Rouge. Tuskegee will have their first night game this year. Let's wear red for the Tuskegee game. That will be smart, like we always do. Yeah, that Tuskegee game. I'm excited about that. Oh, I'm excited.
Why? Because y'all gonna put 50 points on them?
This is gonna be a get back game, Mr. Ford.
Huh?
This is a get back game.
Was that when for the Tony Hughes game? What is that get back?
Can you please stop saying all the bad coaches?
I think that was Hendricks in 2019. We played them right in Mobile.
Yeah, that was. I thought that was Tony.
No, I think that was Hendrick because he lost to oh my the worst. What was worse than Tuskegee was when we played Kentucky
State.
State. Oh my God.
Oh yeah,
They
that
beat us
was
for
that
two
was. I
plays.
saw that on TV. That was Hendricks. They was running
Kentucky
that.
State. Look,
It
listen
was like
for
a
it.
flex bone.
Kentucky State ran 2 plays the whole game.
Yeah, they
Just
did,
sad.
and they couldn't adjust to it.
Lord, that is a dirty mess. Yeah,
I
they
wish
beat
they
us
could get
33-7.
what's the guy's name? Dawson Odoms or McNair. I wish they could take Tuskegee because Tuskegee is pitiful right now.
Yeah.
They way down.
Mother Tuskegee is about to get drugged.
Yes, they are. They gonna get
Over
drugged.
the waste in our grass. It's gonna be a scrimmage.
I remember what was it 2 years ago? They went up to Alabama A&M for Alabama A&M's homecoming, and
Oh yeah.
A&M drug them.
Dre said that our football team was bragging about flying and getting on a plane, and Kentucky beat the shit out of us.
They did. I watched that game on television. I think that's when they made up their mind. Hendricks had to go.
I remember that because the football team was beefing with the Boom.
What?
Wait,
It was all over
Wait a
Twitter. It was
minute.
horrible. Yeah,
Wait a
I
minute.
remember
Hold on. You dropping T, Jerome. Spill it. What happened?
that. The football team was beefing with the Boom. The Boom was like, because the team was so pitiful that year, and the Boom was like, the fans only show up to see the band, and the football team got mad. They took it to Twitter, and it was bad. And then they went up there and got market stomped by Kentucky State.
The Boom did real good up there at the parade because I saw the parade and everything.
Oh yeah.
They turned the parade out. The people was crazy about them. But yeah, I think that game that sealed Hendricks' fate.
oh
It
my
did.
gosh, we need to reschedule Kentucky State. We got to get back. Like, I
Facts.
know, they need to come on down here for WC Gordon. Y'all need to come on
Wait a
over
minute.
here.
Tuskegee went to a championship in James's first year. That's pathetic.
What Tuskegee looked like last year?
They didn't look like
They look
nothing in
terrible.
years. They didn't look
Wow.
like nothing since what that guy was named Willie Slater left.
Welcome.
Kentucky
I thought
State
it
thoroughbreds. The thoroughbreds.
Yeah, that was them, baby. Green
Not
and
the
the gold.
thoroughbreds.
Yeah, baby, them thoroughbreds.
This Kentucky State only ran the triple option against us and only threw 5 passes against us and beat us 33-25.
Yeah,
Yup.
on national TV. I saw the game on TV.
Yeah, that was on the
Oh,
NFL Network. There's a lot of history between Jackson State and Kentucky State. Uh, as y'all might know, what's his name? The coach. He's the grandfather of Russell Wilson.
Harrison Wilson, Dr. Harrison
Yeah.
Wilson.
Yes, he was a graduate of Kentucky State.
Yeah,
And
so was Dave Whitney.
yeah, and
Yeah,
he
so was Big
Jackson
John
State's,
Merritt.
yeah, he was Jackson State's head basketball coach for quite some time. He was actually the architect of kind of the modern day JSU basketball, the winningest coach for a long time.
Yeah,
Very, very successful AD.
yeah.
And Dr. Lewis Liddell, he used to be the band director at Kentucky State, as well as Dow Taylor. And there's a lot more connectivity, but I wouldn't mind putting them back on the schedule next year. They look kind of bad too last year.
Who, Kentucky State?
Yeah, because I know they went to a SIAC title a couple years ago down in Montgomery, and they lost. If I'm not mistaken. I think they lost to Miles, maybe.
I thought we was gonna have that game. Well, I thought Callie James, that coach Callie James was on our team last year, but he ended up leaving. But I thought he was gonna be on the team because he was a part of the team that whooped up on Jackson State.
Wow.
He was playing with them when he whooped up on us. Yeah. Only in a classic for money. Otherwise, nah. Kentucky Fried Chicken, Kentucky Derby, JSU. I won. Oh, I would love to have a classic with Kentucky State and make it kind of like a Kentucky Derby type of thing where we wear our church hats. I have to go in my aunt's closet and get me a hat. We traveled to Indiana to play a classic with a D2 school.
Yeah, like I don't know who signed us up for that.
Yeah, I remember when they went up there. I think I'm trying to think. Did they choose? Yeah, I went up to that was the Circle City Classic.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Do they still have that game going on?
yeah,
Who
but they
signed us up
deal
for
with I think they do deal with D2 and maybe MEAC schools this year or something. In Morgan State in that.
I'm not sure. I remember like maybe a year before last, it was like Valley versus Central, maybe.
Central versus Norfolk State last year.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, let's change the subject, man.
Morgan State versus Miles Circle City Classic 2026, Mr. Ford.
Yeah. Okay. So who is it going to be this year?
Allegedly.
Okay. Who's in the Circle City this year? 25.
Don't give me the lion.
I don't know either. I was just wondering.
Dre be shot out, boy. Tougaloo playing Spelman this year. In what?
In what?
In what? Did the JSU mascot fight one of the Kentucky State players? Excuse me? When did that happen?
Who every day about here fighting?
You know he like to fight.
Lord. He do like to fight now. Doesn't look like a Chicago football classic this year.
Mr. Ford, were you at Grambling when Jackson State came down there and the mascots got to fighting on the field?
No. I heard about that. I think that was after I was when I was at Grambling, we came to Jackson.
Okay.
Yeah, we came to Jackson. That was we came to Jackson in 85. We came to Jackson.
When I was at Jackson, Grambling State said we not coming.
Oh yeah, we had to pay for that too. We had to get y'all 3 straight home games.
They said we.
And I didn't like that because Grambling fans never travel, so we really never recouped that money. I wish we would have just sued them and took their Bayou Classic check.
Yeah, that was when Dr. Myers, I think, was the president then.
Yeah,
when that happened, she was the president.
That was so horrible.
Well, they actually did have to. That's why they gave them 3 games. They had to give them $1 million, wasn't it? That's why they had to give them 3 games.
Yeah,
because it was actually Jackson State's homecoming.
That was so bad.
Yeah, and it started because the players saw how Alcorn was being treated up at the Circle City. And I think they made Grambling ride the bus to Kansas City or somewhere, and then they made them ride up to what was it? Indianapolis. And Alcorn had flown up.
The bus.
Yeah, they made them ride the bus. And the players revolted. Yeah, I remember that. I remember when that happened.
But what the hell got to do with Jackson? Jackson ain't but a 3-hour drive.
So, I'm gonna tell you,
they were protesting. They were protesting because of position.
Protest against us.
No. They were first of all, they were upset about Doug Williams being fired, and then they had a terse encounter with the president, and some things were said, and then they when it was time to get on the bus, they refused to get on the bus.
Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
I'm gonna tell you what really happened, Mr. Ford. So what really happened was Doug Williams told the players to boycott that Jackson State game. He said it was disrespectful that Jackson State scheduled them for homecoming. That was the real reason why they didn't get on that bus.
Oh.
Mr. Ford needs to
Mr.
add
Ford, all
lib.
you got to say is, oh, that's
Hey,
that's all
but
you got to say is, oh.
the games that because I'm trying to think. Wait a minute. I think what the Harold Jackson y'all coach, they beat the
Oh,
three
here you
games that
go,
they
man, with the
came
bad ass
to
coach.
Jackson. I think they won them.
Poor Bessie.
They
Man,
did.
You done went through every bad coach for the last 20 years, Mr.
They
Ford.
did. They came to Jackson 3 years in a row, and I think they won every one of them games.
Damn.
But I mean, but the reason they came 3 years because the fine was like $1 million, and it was decided that 3 games would give Jackson $1 million. Because, like I said, the game that they didn't come to, that was Jackson's. That was Jackson's homecoming.
Doug said, we ain't no, we are not a homecoming. We are not. Don't schedule us for homecoming. Now, see, Eddie Robinson, Coach Robinson over there at Alabama State, he said, oh, okay, schedule us for your homecoming. I bet you
Right.
for SWAC Media Day, I won't say nothing smart this time. When I was interviewing him, I interviewed him that one year. I said, hey, coach. I said, so I heard you wanted us to schedule you on homecoming and it came to pass. And he said, oh, yeah, I was just, we were just talking, And I said, okay, well, see you in Jackson. Boy, left with a big old L. Left up out of there like,
You know
damn.
what? Jackson needs to pen that letter to the NFL. This guy should be in the Hall of Fame. Harold Jackson should be in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's ridiculous that he's not in that Hall of Fame.
I don't know, Mr. Ford.
I would say Richard Young as well.
Yeah, and Otis Taylor for Prairie View should be in there too. Yeah, they should be in the Hall of Fame.
Hey, here's a quick fun fact as far as homecomings. So Jackson State is like 4-0 versus other schools' homecomings. Since I've been at Jackson State, because I know in 04 we played UAPB for there. Of course, 21 we played A&M. 22 we played Bama State, and last year we played Cookman. So don't schedule Jackson State for your homecoming. We're 4-0, baby.
No, schedule us for your homecoming. We love to have a homecoming away from home. Because I'm sure that atmosphere for the homecoming that we went to for Alabama State, I'm sure it was probably similar to the last game that we had in terms of the amount of Jackson State folks that was there.
Oh yeah,
we took over Alabama State. They keep on saying no, y'all didn't. Oh, but we did. It was loud, very loud.
You talking about when Dion went over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 32. What is it? 32,000 or 33,000?
It wasn't their homecoming last year though. Not last year, not when we went. No, but it was so loud.
Last year, wasn't it? Didn't it?
Huh?
They played FAMU for their homecoming.
Who?
Yeah.
Alabama State.
Oh.
Braxton, you over here climbing stuff. What is you doing?
Dion, Lord, he ain't SWAC. I'm SWAC. He ain't SWAC. What are you doing?
He needs to have a breakout year too. He needs to do well. There's some people over there grumbling in Montgomery.
Yeah, I don't know how long.
Right. That's bad business to schedule Jackson State for your homecoming because your homecoming they said Alabama State usually doesn't have big homecomings because they have the Turkey Day Classic. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Or
they had a big one last year. They had 33,000 when they played FAMU.
I believe there was.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, I honestly feel like those were some made up numbers, Mr. Ford and Simona, because just like Alabama A&M, we did a great job filling up this stadium, a huge crowd, and then like the next year they played Tuskegee, and they claimed it was like their largest homecoming ever. It was like, and they reported like 34,000 fans. When you look on Tuskegee's side, it was like almost empty. Bama State, the same thing. Like when we played them for their homecoming, there's a university made a social media post. It was like it's the biggest homecoming ever. And then the next year they played FAM. Like the visiting side clearly wasn't as packed as like the Jackson State game. And they were like, oh, it's a new homecoming record. It's, I don't know.
I'll read the chat, Jerome.
What made even worse is that we can't eat right.
Did you see Dre's?
Oh no, I can't see the chat.
Okay. It's on the side. Look on the side of the screen.
All right, hold on. Let me take my phone.
Oh Lord, he's over here being messy.
What did he say?
We came. Here, I'm gonna put it up there.
Giraffe gonna put you in timeout.
Drake get folks in trouble. Oh my God. All right, you ready for bed?
I need Brady to come up here and talk about the president.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the president? What we gonna say?
Come on, Drake. Come on up here.
Lord, please don't get Dre on this panel. Please don't.
That Tisha Campbell pose, man. Y'all are crazy.
Yeah, please don't get him up here. Yeah, he's that. Yeah, I'm putting you in timeout. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Isn't what happened at the real HU or the fake HU? Isn't that way worse than what happened at Jackson State?
So I saw a TikTok video of a student confronting somebody from Hampton, and I don't know. I show on the phone now. I don't know what happened. So if you can point me in the direction.
They done scrubbed it now. It's scrubbed.
Really?
They scrubbed everything.
Way worse,
way worse, Dre. Way worse.
Way worse.
Yes, it's way worse. That young man had screenshots of conversations and he posted it.
I don't know now.
It was bad. It was Michael Jackson bad. It was bad.
But I got an update.
Huh?
I got to give you an update.
Somebody sent you the update.
Yeah, I gotta tell you the update, man.
Oh Lord. They're calling them the Hampton Butt Pirates. Go over there. Oh, good. Go over there. Go.
Mr. Ford, before you head out, you got any plans for the summer?
Following the Braves, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll get a chance to come up to Charlotte.
Yes, sir. Hey, you ever in Charlotte, man? I got you, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get up there. I have an uncle that lives in is it Huntersville?
Oh yeah, that's not too far from me. That's in North Charlotte.
Yeah. I got an uncle that lives over there.
You got people up here? Who are your people?
Yeah. I got my uncle lives up there. He's retired military. He's been in Charlotte now about 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get up there and see him.
If you do, definitely hit me up, man. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put my number in this private chat for you. Save my number.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just give it to Mr. Bona for me. I'll get it from Mr. Bona.
I'm embarrassed.
Hey, and listen, aren't y'all getting ready to get the CIAA back? The tournament?
No, they need to stay in Baltimore. Charlotte didn't do right by them.
Oh, I thought they was getting ready to come back to Charlotte.
I don't want them to come back because the restaurants are like, they treat you differently. They add random surplus charges. They act like they don't need you, but I guarantee you those same restaurants are begging for folks to come back, right? So it's like they want CIAA to be there to take their money, but they're so disrespectful. They price gouge the pricing of hotels, making it like $300 a night for a Motel 6, which for some of those students that come through and stuff like that, sometimes they do choose to stay at, cheaper hotels, and they be jacking up the prices.
Oh yeah.
Jerome, you got a question before you get off. Where's the damn alumni president?
Oh, Jerome gone.
Oh, he gone. He want to know where in Jackson?
I'm finna put him in timeout. I'm finna put him in timeout. I'm about to put him in timeout. Oh, he said he clicked the wrong button. Let me.
Don't be asking Jerome to be making any type of statements about the alumni president. She is working behind the scenes, I'm sure, to release a statement soon. Due to, the sensitivity of the situation, we will not be making any statements at this time. But if you would like to join the Jackson State Alumni Association, then that's an option. Hey, Jerome.
I was clicking too fast. I clicked the wrong button. My bad.
Oh Lord.
So you had a question, Jerome?
We over here talking about, get back up here, Jerome. We need to hear this. Where are you at?
What y'all cooking tomorrow?
I'm going to Harbor One. I'm going Harbor One.
You like, so if you go there, they got a really good it's like a red velvet cheesecake. I don't know if you're into that, but it's pretty good.
I don't need to be eating nobody's cake.
Someone, let me go in the chat real quick because Dre getting on my nerves.
So Jerome, one of the folks in the chat wanted to know, where's the alumni president at?
I do not know.
He's not privy to her location. I don't think he meant physically. I think he meant, why would I join? So that you can make a difference. The Alumni Association is for more than just making statements. It's also for supporting the.
Yeah, I'll say this, the alumni chapters do amazing work in their respective cities. They do a lot of recruitment, a lot of fundraising for the GAP Fund and for our individual endowments at Jackson State. We do a lot of community service in our cities. I know my chapter last year we purchased 250 turkeys for Druid Hills Academy. It's a Title I school here in Charlotte. There were families in need, and we've just done a great job providing them with supplies throughout the year. So, in addition to, of course, the service that we provide a lot of these schools, we're inadvertently creating pipelines, to Jackson State. So, I've had parents say, if you guys are doing this for us, I definitely want to send my kid, to JSU. So there's a lot of great work that these chapters are doing, from membership and recruitment to fundraising to philanthropy. So feel free to, connect with your local chapter to make an impact.
Yeah, the one up here in Atlanta is doing very well. The Jackson State alumni in Atlanta is doing very well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a big chapter. I think they got over 300 members. 200
We do
members.
not have wings and meatballs, Dre.
Okay, that's it. I'm putting them in timeout. I can't take this no more.
Yeah.
I'll be
Don't
back.
put them in there. I love it. Dre says what everybody thinks, but they don't say.
I can say, it's always amazing connecting with these young people here in Charlotte. When there's a college fair hosted by the Coalition of 100 Black Women or Alpha Phi Alpha, et cetera, we have our table set up. We're just bombarded, by students from so many different schools that come to our table to want to know more about Jackson State. We've sent a lot of quality students from the Carolinas. We had a head drum major who's from the Carolinas, and the football players like Irv Mulligan and Salerno, et cetera. We're sending some additional. We got a 3-star quarterback at Charlotte who's going to Jackson State.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're actually going to. Yeah, we're going to take him and his dad out to eat before he goes down to camp on the 19th. But we've got some engineering students heading down there, and just a lot of quality kids. But when they see that Jackson State Paro or recruitment material, their eyes just light up, and they're just so excited to learn more. So just that aspect of getting involved with your local chapter and just to raise funds. And there's so many ways that you can give back to Jackson State through your local chapter. So definitely get involved locally and make your voice heard.
Mr. Ford, they said thank you from the JSU Metro Atlanta chapter.
Yeah, they do a great job.
Everybody came to the JSU table in Chicago.
Yeah. I think they have a picnic every year in the city, right?
They have a what now?
The Atlanta Metro chapter, don't they have a picnic in the city every year in the summer?
I think so. I know the Atlanta Alliance, HBCU Alliance, they do like a 4K run. I know they participate in that.
I think they do too.
Okay. I know Chicago, their alliance, they have something similar, as well as DC and Charlotte. But overall, it's really great for networking and fellowship. So for anyone that's wanting to just get involved in whatever capacity, whatever your skill set is, whether it's recruitment, whether it's social media, et cetera, your local chapter would love to have you.
Right. And it's just a time to fellowship with other Jackson State alums. You can network. Sometimes you can find older alums who are able to mentor you, or if you find younger alums who might also need mentoring, or if they're just moving to a big city and don't have that many people around, just knowing that you have somebody else there from Jackson State is really, really great. Fellowshipping and finding folks from like-minded backgrounds. So it's really a great thing to be able to fellowship. And then of course sometimes they have watch parties. I'm excited about the watch parties.
And it was really cool last year when the men and women came up to the Carolinas. It was great to have a contingent of JSU alums that were able to attend the game. Yeah, basketball. And not only attend the game and cheer the team on, but we went out to eat afterwards, had a great time. So different aspect outside of just doing the work, there's a lot of great social aspect to being a part of your local chapter. So absolutely.
Jordan said that that the lady was all up on the chat or all up on social media when she was running for president, but now she ain't nowhere to be found. Lord help them. Lord help them. I love this show. It was really great. We stayed on here for a long time. That's because ain't nobody got school no more.
I know that's it. What y'all gonna do? Ain't got no school this summer.
Braxton is going with his
outside.
pappy. Braxton's going with his pappy.
Is Bryson going to do any summer camps, like
I was
STEM?
trying to see if the Omega camp was. I was told there's an Omega camp in Winston-Salem State.
Nice. Okay.
But I haven't found it. I can't find any information about it. It's for the boys ages 8 through 14. That's what I was trying to figure out. Yeah,
so
I was trying to figure out the information for it.
Well,
I just
I'm
haven't.
not 8 yet.
You'll be 8 on Wednesday, Braxton.
Yeah, I went to the Omega South 5 boys camp in the 7th grade or 8th grade. It was in Aiken, South Carolina, and all the Omega chapters among North and South Carolina took their young Black boys down there. I can find out for you if it's in Winston. I can find out for you.
Right. Well, that's where they usually will been having it, I'm guessing. So I've been trying to figure that out, and then he might do a STEM camp, but usually during the summer, that's when he goes with his dad, and I have some me time.
Jordan.
What is that?
Listen, I don't know where she's at, okay? I don't know where she's at. I don't know why she hasn't said anything right now. We don't know if there's litigation. We don't know. Maybe she's not allowed to say anything right now because we don't know what might fall out the hat. You don't want to go up there and say something and then have to backpedal. And then she's in the state of Mississippi. Let's just keep it a buck. Like, when you are in certain positions, you kind of get muzzled on what you can say and what you can't say. Now, if you're not in a position, and what do you want her to say? What do you want her to say? What can we say? What is it what is it that she could say right now that will calm your mind? There is nothing that she can say that will calm your mind or put you at ease. What is it that you want her to say? Because we all know that IHL is still in the driver's seat. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the situation at Bethune-Cookman, but basically Bethune-Cookman Alumni Association, they were causing a stank and a ruckus with the board. And I want to say they did something and they basically said, okay, you guys are no longer acknowledged as the alumni chapter anymore. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jerome?
Yeah, they well, there was a lot of crooked stuff going on with the university's board of trustees. There was a lot of stuff going on, and the alumni association spoke up about it. And then they elected to dissolve the organization or whatever, not renew their affinity agreement. But there have been about 10 other HBCUs that have dissolved their alumni association or severed the affinity agreement. I know A&T did a couple of years ago. Clark Atlanta did actually just a couple months back. Lincoln in Missouri, there's quite a few.
Is this a thing?
It's definitely a thing.
So that's why it's kind of like you have to, when you are a part of the organization in that capacity, you have to watch how you move and what you say. Now, I mean, if you're not associated with the JSU National Alumni Association in that capacity, and you have something that you want to say, then if you want to do a petition that says, we demand, which, I mean, it's kind of like, we demand IHL to have a transparent process. Like we demanded for a transparent process the last time, and the time before that, and the time before that. Like,
so I will say, I think it'd be more impactful if, similar to what Kim was saying, if the stakeholders, like the students and the parents and the affinity groups like Blue Bengals and et cetera, and just, you know, average alums get together and form some type of entity that can go about it the right way. Now, I will say, me personally, I'm all about like it. I'm all for joining something when I see the right people at the table. If I see
Right.
some, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Right.
there's a brother named Dr. Cornell Brooks. Are you familiar with him?
No.
So
I'm
if you want to
not.
Google him real quick,
Okay.
Dr. Cornell Brooks, he's a JSU alum. He's the former national president for the NAACP. He's a current professor at Harvard. As a matter of fact, I want to say 1 or 2 years ago, he was voted Harvard's #1 professor or #1 Black professor or something like that by the faculty at Harvard. Typically, like on CNN, MSNBC. But if that perspective, if that entity were to want to address IHL, I think he would be a great asset when it comes to strategizing, because I would hate for us to collectively just, you know, jump out there and try to protest or whatever, just without having a correct strategy. And that's why it's
Right,
really
because
important.
I feel like protesting at this point, at this day and age, in what we're dealing with, it's kind of like performative.
Very performative. It could be
It's
counterproductive.
performative because you're not going to change Tate Reeves. Tate Reeves is not going to see a whole bunch of Black folks outside of IHL protesting and saying, I'm going to make a change. If anything, it's going to make them do the exact opposite,
Yeah.
which is, okay, we need to hamper this down before it gets out of hand. Let's bring in the Capitol Police. Like, all I see optics wise is escalating it, right, and making it worse. Now I remember a couple weeks back when I was giving basically a summary of what Jackson State or what happened at the IHL meeting. And I remember reading about us getting hiring a law firm for possible litigation and blah, blah, blah. I read that out a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't know to the extent of what it meant. I didn't know that the law firm was an all-white law firm and they're basically trying to take over human resources. Like, I read the information and I had no idea that to that extent. And it said that they were looking for retroactive pay. I remember reading that out as well, which means that they've been meddling and doing things. Like,
So
we do need to be proactive, but there's a way to do that. And do you know how many lawyers we have that graduated from Jackson State?
You know,
I know 3 off the top of my head.
Yeah, JSU produces a lot of attorneys. Absolutely. We also produce a lot of folks who go to medical school. But just with this conversation, we've got it's in the house. I'll put it that way. But the JSU community definitely deserves to have a space to have some tough conversations. And those tough conversations are probably going to be among your local alumni chapters with respect to people who are actually privy to a lot of things that are going on. But also, I feel there should be maybe like an in-person conversation.
Like
where it's
a town hall, basically.
Yeah, very much so a town hall, not on social media, not, submitting questions beforehand so you can give some type of answer. No, you should be intelligent and privy enough to give transparent, truthful answers. So I do hope that whomever is name the new president, they set that precedence on the front end by having that type of fireside chat or town hall where, and it could be, in person in Jackson, or if they want to do round robin and go to different cities and have those, kind of bring Jackson State to those cities, I think that'll be productive. But tough conversations need to be had. We can't be an ostrich and just bury our heads in the sand, hoping that things will, disappear. That's not going to work.
Right.
And I'll just leave that at that.
I think that's a perfect way to end the night. Basically, you just got to request for that particular meeting, which that's something that the JSU National Alumni Association can have with paid members, which is you can have a meeting not on social media, where you have to have a specific code to get in. It can still be online. Just call a national meeting and have those tough conversations where what are you going to do basically with this presidential search, even if you don't think it's going to bear any fruit in terms of being able to control it, at least you did it, right? Is that Mr. Ford snoring? Anything else, Mr. Ford, Jerome, or Jay?
Hey, this was an awesome show.
Yes.
Between me and D. If you want to take us out with, absolutely. If you want to take us out with a Mississippi Mass song, I don't know what.
I don't have any.
Oh, you don't?
No, I always play the same one because that's the only one that they don't flag. If I play Mississippi Mass Choir, they'll flag it, and then you can't read the chat. And the chat is very important because some stuff be in the chat. We don't say it out loud, but it's there.
Great show tonight. We was on here for a long time.
It'd be like that sometime. We went over every topic in the book.
Well, I definitely appreciate y'all. You guys have an awesome Sunday and great rest of your weekend. And D, I love.
It's officially June 1st.
Y'all, we was on here for a long time. Goodness.
Friday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. You want to sing it? Come over here and sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Y'all some Geminis. Ooh, I'm glad I ain't never seen the other face of Jay.
What that supposed to mean?
Geminis are two-faced. I see Braxton's two faces all the time. One minute he's this sweet, wonderful young man, and then the next minute he's over there gagging me. Just you've heard him. You've heard him how he does.
Why you over here got that devilish smile?
See?
Well, not devilish. I took that back. Not devilish, but you know what I mean. Mischievous. That's what I meant to say. Mischievous smile.
All right. Good night, y'all. You're gonna sing them out.
I've had some
good days. Go ahead.
And some sleepless nights.
But when I
look around,
yes, and
I think things over.
All of my
good days
outweigh my
bad days.
Go ahead.
I won't complain.
I've had some good days, sleepless nights. But when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my bad days. I don't compare. The clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so this day? But He knows one day for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see, so I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't compare. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world I could ever be. He's been so good. But He knows one day for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see, so I'll just say,